I can't believe I've become so famous, Yuanxiao said in surprise. Any bird can guess my identity. Su Ping said, I'm not some random bird. Although you're famous in Red Moon City, this is Wutian in the western region. You can't do whatever you want here. Yuanxiao smiled and said, That's strange. Wufa must be the territory of the Soul Devourer sect. Since we can't do as we please, of course, you people from Myriad Stars Valley can't do as you please either. Su Ping furrowed his brows. He seemed to be unable to refute his words and could only say, After all, Myriad Stars Valley is a big sect in the western region. Compared to you guys, they're considered a landlord. Yuanxiao chuckled and said, We are all from the heavenly martial continent. Wutian, or the Mountain of Fighting Souls, are the territories of the human race. We are all landlords. The wrinkles on Su Ping's brows deepened, as if he knew that these people in front of him were difficult to deal with. He said, I won't say any more nonsense. What do you want before you're willing to leave? Hand over that demonic deer, Cho Mujia said. I can't do that. Su Ping immediately rejected. What's going on? Yuanxiao asked. What's the dead aura in this mountain? What's up with this divine purple gold worm? He spread out his hands, and the bugs sprawled on his hands emitted a dazzling golden light. Su Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. He hesitated for a while before saying, If I tell you these two things, will you be willing to leave? Su Ping, Yuanxiao called out. Although I'm not afraid of these three people, I don't want to cause any more trouble, Su Ping said. That will depend on how valuable your information is, Yuanxiao said. That will depend on your understanding of its value, Su Ping said. If I don't tell you, I'm afraid you'll never know the origin of this deathly gray chi and the insect in your hand. Yuanxiao thought for a moment and said, All right, tell us the origin of these two things, and I'll leave the Myriad Stars Valley's business alone. However, you can't stop me from finding these two things. You want to find the source of this deathly aura and the bug? Su Ping frowned. Right, Yuanxiao said seriously. Su Ping's expression turned ugly and he said, If you're willing to come back in 3 days, I can tell you everything. 3 days later? The three of them were suspicious. Are these two things still here in 3 days? Yuanxiao asked. Are they still here? Who knows? Su Ping replied indifferently. Yuanxiao laughed hideously as he crossed his arms over his chest and said lazily, Then there's no other way. It's not appropriate to talk about it. A cold glint shot out from Su Ping's eyes. His gray robe fluttered slightly, as if his inner emotions were in turmoil. He said, The three of you are all famous figures in the world. I really don't want to be enemies with the three of you, but if I have to fight, I'm not afraid at all. Tisk! Cho Mujia sneered in disdain. Chun Yunyu's eyebrows twitched. He did not seem to want to fight either, but he still looked over with Yuanxiao in the lead. Yuanxiao's eyes slowly narrowed and flickered with the will to fight. In Yu Zhang's memory, he was very unconvinced of you. How could a mere teenager be in charge of the overall situation of the Myriad Star Valley? Yu Zhang is too narrow-minded, Su Ping said. Otherwise, his path of martial arts would not have stopped here. Perhaps he would not have fallen so easily today. Hee, Yuanxiao said. I'm also very interested in it. Su Ping's eyes were piercingly cold. His gray robe became as hard as iron under the agitation of his essence force. His entire body seemed to have frozen. In just an instant, he had returned to his original state. Jiao Xiao and the other two immediately became nervous as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. If they had to do it all over again, they would definitely not provoke these three fiends. What? Yuanxiao's eyes narrowed as he turned slightly. Suddenly, a vortex appeared beside Su Ping, gradually transforming into a burly man, who was also wrapped in a gray robe, and his face was completely unrecognizable. His pupils turned slightly and became strange. Spots of colorful light appeared in his eyes, as if they wanted to penetrate through the layers of obstacles and see the face under the gray robe clearly. The burly man seemed to have noticed something. He raised his hand and spread his fingers. The patterns on his fingertips were extremely strange. They emitted light waves that rippled in front of him. Xiao's pupils constricted as his vision was completely torn apart by the wave of light, and the figure of the gray-robed man became even more dazed. He knew that he would no longer be able to see the other party's face clearly. His eyes returned to normal, but his face was full of surprise. "General, can you stop these 3 people for 3 days?" Su Ping asked. Martin Xiao and the other 2 shuddered as they looked at the gray-robed man in shock. They seemed to have guessed something as their eyes were filled with shock. A cold light flashed in the gray robe, and the burly man said in a deep voice, "I'll try my best." Su Ping nodded, turned around, and walked into the passage, as if the matters of the outside world had nothing to do with him. After a brief moment of shock, Jiao Xiao and the other 2 hurriedly chased after Su Ping. Countless questions welled up in their hearts. Xiao and the others did not chase after them. The passage soon closed, and the inside suddenly became bright, like the light of countless night pearls, warm and illuminating people's hearts. It was filled with a holy aura, which was completely different from the outside. Su Ping. Jiao Xiao finally couldn't hold it in and caught up with him. "Was that man really the general?" Su Ping nodded. His face still had a serene expression that was completely inconsistent with his age. Jiao Xiao's eyes widened and he sighed. "I didn't think that even the general would come. It seems that the sovereign's trust in you is extraordinary. With General here, there's nothing to worry about." "Worryless. I hope so," Su Ping muttered to himself. The passage was filled with holy light, and his figure seemed very lonely. He took a few steps and stopped. He made a hand seal in front of him, and a circle of green light appeared. "Yes, what's wrong?" The green light kept spinning in front of Su Ping, and a voice came from within. "You look like you're in trouble." Su Ping looked at the circle of green light and said indifferently, "Do I look any different from before?" "Ha ha ha." The voice laughed. "It's exactly the same. There's no difference. It's just that you wouldn't have come to me if there was nothing. I'm very curious, what kind of soul is under your body?" "Hehe. I'm really looking forward to having a taste. There are a few more interesting souls out there now. Are you interested in trying them?" Su Ping asked. The voice fell silent for a moment, then snorted heavily and sneered. "I knew that you wouldn't come looking for me for anything good. Do you want me to help you fight off the enemy?" "There's no need. I've already asked the general to go," Su Ping said. "It's just that I'm still feeling a little uneasy. You can just help the general to hold the line." The voice was silent for a moment before it said, "You're still worried with the general around? I've been keeping a close eye on the Soul Devourer sect for you, and no one has come. Could it be an expert from another region? One of them is Li Yunxiao, the other is Qiu Mujia, and the last one has an unknown identity. But he's also a peak 9-star expert," Su Ping said. "What? It's these 2 people?" "Li Yunxiao has just caused a stir in Red Moon City," the voice said in extreme shock. "How did he come to the western regions?" "I'm here for the items here, and the divine will purple gold worm," Su Ping said. "So it's like this. Tisk. What an unexpected guest." The voice smacked his lips a few times and said, "It is said that the soul in Li Yunxiao's body is that man." Su Ping frowned and said, "I've also heard of it. If you have the strength, you can go and try. However, if you're not completely confident, don't make a move. Help the general stop the 3 days Xianxia." Before he could finish speaking, azure light revolved around him and he disappeared without a trace. Su Ping's brows furrowed even deeper as he helplessly continued to walk into the passage. Outside the mountain, the passage disappeared behind the burly gray-robed man. Xiao and the other 2 did not move, still standing quietly in the same place. They seemed to have sensed that the burly man was not simple. The burly man didn't move either. His mission was to stop the 3 of them, and he didn't want to make the first move. "You're the general?" Xiao suddenly asked. "You're the general? You know me?" the burly man asked. "I've searched Yu Zhang's memories," Xiao said. "Of course I know. The general was the most mysterious person in the Myriad Stars Valley. He followed the Myriad Stars Valley's sect master, Tian Xingzi, like a shadow and had never been separated. Even the people of the Myriad Stars Valley never knew of the general's identity. Unfortunately, I happen to know. Who exactly was that Su Ping? Could he be Tian Xingzi's illegitimate child? The general did not answer. Who exactly? Yun Xiao smiled. It's an elephant puppet. All of a sudden, the general's body moved slightly. A gust of wind came from somewhere, causing his long robe to flutter. An elephant puppet? Qiu Mujie and Chen Yuyu were both stunned. Elephant puppet was the most common and simple confrontation game, and almost everyone would play it. The general who followed Tian Xingzi is the general of the elephant carriage, Yun Xiao said. Back then, Tian Xingzi took his elephant carriage to gamble with Teng Guang, but he still lost. You even know such a secret, the general said. You're right. Yun Xiao smiled. Teng Guang is full of praise for you. The general said, Lord King level expert's array technique is unparalleled in the world. Back then I was trapped in the array. I was almost killed. I admitted defeat. Although I know you are a the glaring golden light was reflected, and the whole area was filled with golden light. Qiu Mujie's pupils contracted as he said in shock. A puppet. The general was clad in a golden armor that was engraved with arrays. His face was calm and his eyes were intelligent. The general raised his hands, 6 golden beads between his 10 fingers. Each bead was engraved with a small seal's words. Soldiers, elephants, horses, chariots, cannons. The steady golden hand moved, and 6 chess pieces flew out, turning into 6 streams of light and falling. In a flash of golden light, 6 majestic figures began to appear. Yun Xiao and the other 2 frowned slightly, because the aura in the 6 golden lights was very powerful, which made them very uncomfortable. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden light burst forth, and 6 golden puppets of different shapes and sizes appeared in the surroundings. The 6 puppets all had strange expressions, but they were very agile. Their deep eyes looked over at the same time, making the 3 of them feel uncomfortable. General, are you going to deal with these 3 pieces of trash? A puppet with broad shoulders and a short body, carrying a 5-foot cylinder on his shoulder, looked over with a cold expression. The puppet's body turned slightly, and a metallic ka sound was heard. The surface flashed with light. Hee, cannon. Don't underestimate these 3. One was thin, his head was like a vertical new moon, and under his long eyelashes, his eyes were smiling, but they emitted a red light. When he looked in carefully, there was a sea of red blood in the depths of his eyes. The word night was printed on the heart of the puppet. Humph! Cannon snorted. Do you think these 3 things can do anything? Why would the general ask us to come out if it wasn't a big problem? The knight laughed. Furthermore, my bloodthirsty demon, I can also tell that these 3 are extraordinary. Sure, Wu Shuang is right, the general said. These 3 are very difficult to deal with. Our mission is to trap them for 3 days. Trapped for 3 days? It's that troublesome? A puppet with a round body and a millstone-like character Xiang, printed on its belly, had a solemn expression on its face. It stretched out its short hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, and a golden light flew over. The light in his hand grew longer, turning into a golden sickle twice the length of his body. With a clang, he carried it on his shoulder. Hoo! Suddenly, a domineering and wild aura spread out, shaking away the dead gray air around him, forming small tornadoes that whistled and rushed up. The 7 chess board members all had cold and murderous expressions. Golden light circulated in the air, making it look magnificent. Yun Xiao's eyes swept over the 7 men as he nodded and praised. Is this the true face of the elephant puppet beside Tian Xingzi? Looks like it's going to be a thorny problem. Tisk! Qiu Mujie sneered. I was wondering what they were. They're just a bunch of puppets with decent combat strength. It's laughable that Tian Xingzi still treats these things as treasures. These things? Pao's face darkened, and he immediately spat out his anger. He said coldly, General, can we just kill them? The general's expression did not change. Of course, he said calmly. But it's very difficult. Just trap it. Very difficult? Then let me test the strength of these 3 pieces of trash. Cannon's feet suddenly let out a boom, and a huge pit was blasted out. His entire body had already turned into a golden light and shot out. So fast. Xianxia and the other 2 were taken aback. The cannon looked short, but its speed was incredible. It was not teleportation but pure speed. The entire space was deformed by the pressure. Boom! A golden light exploded in the air above Wuxia. Amidst the swaying ball of golden light, the cannon had sent out a punch that directly smashed into Wuxia's fist. Ah! Wuxia let out a miserable cry as his burly body trembled. The entire ground was instantly crushed and caved in by 3 feet. Cannon's attack speed was too fast, causing him to be forced to meet the attack before his arm could change shape. The bones in his fist were shattered, and the front of his wrist was a bloody mess. Humph! You blabbermouth, remember the name of the person who killed you. My name is Wind-Chasing Cannon. Wind-Chasing Cannon retracted his fist. His speed was so fast that it was almost unreal. His entire body was blurry and in a daze. The 5-foot-long cannon barrel fell from his shoulder and smashed down like a stick. Bang! Wuxia's left hand transformed into a golden ape's arm, and his 5 fingers spread out to block the cannon. His entire arm trembled, and his body was forced to slide several zhang away, leaving 2-foot-deep grooves in the ground that were a ghastly sight. Goodbye, scumbag! Wind-Chasing Cannon sneered. Countless formation patterns suddenly appeared on the golden cannon barrel, and a powerful weapon reserve power suddenly spread out. Behind the dwarf-like short body, a formation with a radius of several feet appeared, and countless runes danced in the air. Wuxia's pupils constricted in shock. He could only feel a terrifying power shooting out from the cannon in his hand. Boom! A huge beam of light shot out and directly blasted into the ground. The surging power scattered and spread throughout the mountain. The mountain was blasted into pieces, and it was a terrible sight. The entire terrain was completely changed. However, under this shocking change in appearance, the mountains and fields were covered in golden light after the bombardment, like spring rain sprinkling over the earth, and it was a thriving scene. Ka! After the cannon was fired, it was once again placed on his shoulder. Wind-Chasing Cannon's eyes were cold as he looked at the golden light all over the mountain. He said coldly, "Has he been blasted into pieces?" Wuxia's blood-red eyes suddenly focused and he shouted, "Be careful!" Wind-Chasing Cannon's body shook, and his originally small body shrank like a tree stump. A slash flew past his head. Wuxia's body was covered in injuries and his face was gloomy. He held his padao in his hand and stood 10 zhang away. Humph! I knew you weren't dead. I was waiting for you. Bang! The place where the wind-chasing cannon was standing suddenly exploded, and his body shot out. He punched out, and the air exploded layer by layer. Wuxia spread his wings, and the 1,000 eyes of the feather of the dark pool opened. What? The wind-chasing cannon was shocked. It seemed to be shocked by Hey You and 1,000 Eyes. Boom! The punch completely shattered the space, but it only destroyed the afterimage left behind by Wuxia. His real body appeared behind the wind-chasing cannon. Be careful, cannon! Wuxiang shouted in shock. He's mastered a spatial god art. It's fine. The wind-chasing cannon shouted, and the barrel on its shoulder bounced up again. It spun in the air and suddenly hit behind itself. You short wintermelon! You've completely angered me. Humph, you unscrupulous scum. So what if you're angry? You still have to die. Boom! With a tap of the cannon, another space was shattered, and Wuxia's afterimage was directly crushed into pieces. All of a sudden, countless tentacles appeared in the air and tied up the wind-chasing cannon in an instant. The tentacles tightened and he could not move. Squeak! Several tens of tendrils tensed up. On the other end was Wuxia. His 10 fingers had transformed into sharp claws that flickered with green light, but the sternness in his eyes was even more intense. Ominous claw, space tear. Bang, bang, bang! The space around the tentacle shattered, and everything turned pitch black. The wind-chasing cannon's spatial slashing power continued to fall, leaving countless marks on it. It was like 1,000 wind blades, endless. Qiu Mujia's eyes narrowed and shot out a cold glint. His ominous dark claw had torn apart space. Yet his opponent was still as steady as Mount Tai under the tearing force. It's useless. Our bodies are almost indestructible. An attack of this level can only scratch an itch. The sound of the wind-chasing cannon was heard from the tearing sound. Then, a golden light soared into the sky, cutting countless tentacles apart. The terrifying cannon suddenly blasted out. Bang! A massive beam of light streaked across the sky, blasting Qiu Mujia's location into pieces. The wind-chasing cannon frowned. Although he was extremely fast, the other party had mastered the space god art. It was not a good idea to keep missing. What? The surroundings suddenly became quiet. There seemed to be no sound except for the tentacles exploding in the sky. Wind-chasing cannon held the barrel under his armpit with his right hand and was on guard. Suddenly, pieces of blinding light shot over, and scales appeared all over the sky, sprinkling down like snowflakes. The light reflected from the scales penetrated the golden light. Suddenly, all the scales turned, and under the pull of a force, they connected together and swept up. The wind-chasing cannon was shocked. Those scales seemed to have formed vines, and a total of 2 came from the left and right, binding it with bang-bang-bang sounds. As it moved, it cut its body, but it could only leave shallow marks. Didn't I say it's useless? You're so annoying. Wind-chasing cannon was furious. The cannon character on his shoulder suddenly lit up and burst out with golden light. His aura suddenly increased. Break! The cannon barrel flew out from under his armpit, blowing away all the scales with a spin. His body emitted circles of golden light, like rings of stars revolving around his body. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky, growing larger and larger. What? That's... Everyone raised their heads. A huge footprint landed in the sky, and a vast demonic power spread out. At this moment, all the space was sealed, and the word swish appeared in the footprint. Wind-chasing cannon's body trembled. At this moment, the golden star ring was spinning, and his strength was raised to the extreme. However, under the seal of that kick, it was as if there was an endless mountain pressing down on him. He could not display his speed. Dwarf! Die! Qiu Mujia's furious roar resounded through the heavens, shaking the earth. This kick contained his monstrous anger, filling the sky with strange demon characters and the vast demon power of the truth listener beast. Yunxiao's face finally relaxed as he praised. Will this stomp turn this short winter melon into a metal plate? If he was stepped into a discus, would he die? If he's not dead, can he recover on his own? He asked 3 questions in a row. The puppets also felt the force of the kick, and their expressions changed drastically. Shi Wushuang's blood-red pupils suddenly shrank and he shouted, Danger! Ma Feifei! One of them had a horse-like head and a tall body. The word horse occupied half of his face, covering his left eye. He lazily raised his eyes and said, Understood. Then he stretched out his right hand, raised it in the air, and snapped his fingers casually. Jump, he said. In the distance, wind-chasing cannon's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from his original spot in an instant. He then reappeared dozens of zhang away. What? Yunxiao's pupils constricted and shone brightly. This direct teleportation was something that even Qiu Mujia didn't notice. Truth Listener's foot landed on the ground and its vast power instantly exploded. Boom! Di Ting stomped his foot into the ground, shattering the entire earth vein. The terrifying force spread in all directions, lifting the mountain. Everyone retreated instantly. The vast demonic energy flattened the entire mountain, forming a huge canyon. It was as if the bottom of a pot had been placed in the continuous mountain range, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Tisk, damn it! Amidst the sky of light and ashes, Qiu Mujia's figure flickered. A circle of green light turned into a spiral and charged towards the wind-chasing cannon. You think you can survive just because you dodged it once? The wind-chasing cannon was shocked, and its face turned serious. It no longer looked down on him like before. It took off the cannon barrel and aimed it forward. Countless formation lights appeared on the cannon. The green light suddenly stagnated and transformed into Qiu Mujia's figure in front of the wind-chasing cannon. With a cold expression, he spread his wings and opened his 1,000 eyes. Boom! A beam of light shot out from the cannon, shattering the layers of space. All of a sudden, the 1,000 immemorial heavenly eyes shot out a strange light. Qiu Mujia made hand seals with one hand, and the void in front of him became strange. The originally straight light beam suddenly twisted and turned into a spiral. What? The wind-chasing cannon was shocked and its eyes opened wide. This lord's anger is not something a dwarf like you can bear. Take it with your life. Qiu Mujia's eyes turned cold as he drew a circle in front of him with his right hand. The beam of light moved along with his hand gesture and was reflected back with a spin. The other chessboard members were all shocked. He retracted the barrel of the wind-chasing cannon, and his whole body was like the wind, rushing dozens of zhang away. As soon as his figure came to a stop, he saw Qiu Mujia's sneering face. He no longer looked human. He had a copper nose and iron mouth, and there were horns on his forehead. Humph! Ha! 2 waves of sound waves exploded out and stacked together. Like a wave, the entire space was shattered. Shwa shwa! The wind-chasing cannon grabbed the cannon barrel with one hand and blocked in front of him. It was immediately swept in by the power of the sound wave and was shaken to the point of sliding in the air. Suddenly, a huge shadow silently appeared behind the wind-chasing cannon. It suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a dark hole. Not good. Ma Feifei. Shi Wushuang was shocked. Ma frowned and said unhappily, I know. Also, please address me by my proper name. I'm Ma Feiying. All right, Ma Feifei. You're asking for a beating. I know, Ma Feifei. Ma Feiying raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Jump! A smile appeared at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth as he said, if the same technique is used twice, the effect will be greatly reduced. Ma Feiying's body trembled as he revealed a look of shock. The wind-chasing cannon under the fish's mouth had not been deflected. What? Not only him but the rest of the chessboard also turned pale with fright. Ma Feiying's spatial leap is a teleportation technique that focuses on a single point of power. It can instantly break through the constraints of the spatial laws and produce teleportation. There is a fundamental difference between it and teleportation that relies on spiritual power. Even if the space is locked, it will not be ineffective, the general said. That's because he's no longer under the space you see. Yunxiao chuckled. He's no longer under the space you see. What do you mean? The general asked, frowning. Shi Wushuang's eyes glowed red and he suddenly exclaimed, that layer of bubble mist. Everyone looked over and saw a layer of water film appearing around the wind-chasing cannon, as if a huge bubble had enveloped him. Not only that, but countless bubbles of various sizes flew out of the battleship fish's mouth, and the whole space became dazed. After Ma Feiying's jump failed, the battleship fish directly bit down and swallowed the wind-chasing cannon. After a brief moment of shock, the 6 chess board members returned to their normal expressions, without a trace of nervousness. It's good to let cannon fodder suffer, Ma Feiying chuckled. Who asked him to have such a fiery temper? Shi Wushuang twisted his body and blinked. Hee. I'm just afraid that staying in the fish's stomach will make him even more irritable and he'll fire a cannon. Yunxiao gave them an indifferent look and said, you guys must think that your bodies are almost undamaged, and that it's fine even if the cannon is swallowed, right? Isn't that so? Shi Wushuang laughed. To tell you the truth, with that kick just now, even if Ma Feifei didn't do anything, the cannon might not be in any danger. Why don't we make a bet? Yunxiao said. What bet? Shi Wushuang asked. The corner of Yunxiao's mouth turned up slightly, and his eyes shone with a cold gleam of ridicule as he said, I bet that the cannon will never come out again. What? Shi Wushuang was shocked. The general also looked up with a grave expression. All kinds of chaotic auras in the sky gradually dissipated. and the air was restored to a lifeless gray. The battleship fish's huge body was floating in the sky, quietly. With a cold expression, Xianxia stood on the fish's head and looked down at the ground. He said coldly, "There are still 6 pieces of scrap metal. Come up and let this lord's fish use them as nourishment." He stepped on the fish's head with both feet, and 2 arrays expanded under his feet. An astonishing amount of spiritual energy continued to pour into its body, rapidly recovering the power that had been lost just now. "We've indeed lost the connection with the wind-chasing cannon," the general said with a heavy expression. "What? This is impossible." The other 5 people were shocked, and Shi Wuxia even exclaimed. The general stared at the battleship fish for a while and said, "Could it be that the array on the fish's belly has blocked my sense of the wind-chasing cannon?" Shi Wuxia found it hard to believe. "But General's perception of us should be undying." The general said, "I know that the wind-chasing cannon is still alive, but I can't sense his existence at all. I don't know what kind of powerful force it is that can cut off the connection between us. This is the first time since the 7 of us were born." He turned his head to Yunxiao and said, "Can you tell me why?" Yunxiao crossed his arms over his chest, his robe fluttering in the wind as he said with a faint smile, "It's nothing. I've been to the stomach of the battleship fish. It's an independent space built with metal spiritual energy, and it might be the strongest prison in this world." The general said, "Gold spirit cage, no wonder, no wonder." "The gold space is not just a cage," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It's also a space for refining." The general's body trembled, and his calm face finally changed for the first time. He cried out, "Refining space? Don't tell me." Ingluo Yunxiao nodded. "He is a 9th-tier great alchemist. Although your bodies are hard, can you withstand the refinement of a great alchemist?" he asked. Shi Wuxia was anxious, but he still asked suspiciously, "You're with him? So why are you telling us this? Can your blood demon I distinguish between friend and foe?" Yunxiao sneered. Shi Wuxia no longer hesitated and shouted, "Ma Fei Fei, Sky Elephant!" Swish! Ma Fei Ying instantly transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky. "Please give me some face when there are outsiders around. My name is Sky-Devouring Elephant," the round elephant replied. Swish! After saying that, he also took his sickle and left. 2 rays of light, one from the left and one from the right, pierced through the sky and closed in on Xianxia. Ma Fei Ying's 2 fingers pinched together, and he raised them up high. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and shouted, "Explode!" Bang! Xianxia's figure instantly disappeared, and the fish head he was standing on suddenly exploded, causing a large number of bubbles to surge out and float all over the sky. "Be careful of that bubble," Shi Wuxia shouted. The heaven-devouring elephant frowned and suddenly took a deep breath. Its round stomach grew bigger and it spat it out. Hoo hoo hoo! A gust of wind blew out, blowing away the bubbles that filled the sky. Suddenly, a scarlet ray of light flashed past. It was incomparably swift and shot out from the countless bubbles. Heaven-string poison light. The heaven-devouring elephant's eyes narrowed. He wanted to dodge, but the speed of that red beam was too fast, instantly arriving in front of him. Bang! A poisonous needle was directly inserted into his belly button, connecting to the distant Xianxia like an umbilical cord. It was Xianxia's stinger. Eft! The heaven-devouring elephant spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and its entire face contorted. Its sickle swayed as it slashed toward the slender tail. Bang! Xianxia's figure flickered as he struck out with his padao and fiercely slashed at the scythe. A halo suddenly burst out like a scorching sun, radiating with boundless radiance. "Fatty! Get lost!" Xianxia shouted loudly and swung his long tail. The heaven-devouring elephant was instantly sent flying and spun in circles in the air along the long tail before finally being flung out. Humph! Ha! The 2 sound waves merged into one, stirring up a spatial storm as they pursued. Boom! The heaven-devouring elephant was struck by the windstorm, and its entire body was sucked in, disappearing from the sky. Ma Fei-ing was greatly shocked. He took 2 steps forward and passed through the sky full of bubbles. He then threw a punch at Qiu Mujie from behind. Pa! Qiu Mujie turned his body to the side, and his large, furry golden hand suddenly grabbed the other party's fist. Ka! With a flash of his body, he teleported behind Ma Fei-ing and bent the punch. Ma Fei-ing lost his balance and was lifted up into the air. TSK, can't you break it? Then this lord will twist you into a fried dough twist. Dozens of fleshy tendrils flew out from the top of Qiu Mujie's head and bound Ma Fei-ing up. He began to pull Ma Fei-ing up, and his tall metallic body twisted in an extreme manner. Ma Fei-ing bit his teeth, and suddenly, 2 rays of light flew out from his body, one on the left and one on the right, turning into 2 Ma Fei-yings that were exactly the same as him. What? Qiu Mujie was shocked and said in disbelief, a puppet can also split its body? On the left, Ma Fei-ing formed a hand seal and pointed his finger. On the right, Ma Fei-ing opened his horse stance and threw a punch with both fists. Qiu Mujie's brows furrowed as he retracted his tendrils. He leaped back and returned to the warship fish in a few steps. Boom! The 2 Ma Fei-yings' attacks clashed together, and a shocking light burst out. The distorted original body returned to its original form, and the 2 doppelgangers instantly returned to his body. The original body's eyes were filled with anger, and he leaped and chased after them. With a cold expression, Qiu Mujie quietly watched as Tang Wulin charged over. The fish head that had exploded earlier had already completely recovered. The general looked on with a grave expression and said, "It's hard to win." The next day it would end. Maybe it was because he released too many chapters last month that his body felt a little weak, but he had recovered a lot in the past half a month. I receive a lot of encouraging messages every day. Although I can't reply to them one by one, I'm very grateful. Thank you, everyone. Even though I can't stand it sometimes, my heart has never left. Shi Wushuang's face was a little dull as he said awkwardly, "That person's strength seems to be at its peak. He fought 3 people in a row, but he didn't weaken at all. What's going on?" "I've noticed it too," the general said. "Can you tell us what's going on?" he asked Yunxiao. "I'm sorry I can't tell you that," Yunxiao said. "You just need to know that this man is the number 1 person under the Saint Plane. The number 1 person under divine transcendence." "What?" Shi Wushuang was shocked and said anxiously, "Follow me." Her body moved and she soared into the sky. The soldier also squatted down and jumped up to chase after Shi Wushuang. Only the general and the carriage were left. The general seemed to have noticed something. He turned his gaze over and said, "What's wrong?" Yunxiao chuckled as he walked toward the 2 and said, "I have to give Qiu Mujie a thumbs up for drawing 5 people away at once. It'll be much easier for me to enter the mountain now." "Are you guys going to make a move too?" the general asked. "If you don't stop us," Yunxiao said, "we don't have to do anything. Our mission is to trap you for 3 days," the general said. "That's a pity," Yunxiao said. "I'm sorry." A cold light flickered in his hand, turning into a cold sword of ice, burning with cold air. Yunxiao held the sword in front of him and pointed it at the general as he said, "Can your near-indestructible bodies withstand the sharp sword in my hand? Regardless of whether we can hold them off or not, we must hold them off for 3 days," the general said. Then, there's no need to say more. Yunxiao's sword glowed as countless sword runes emerged around him, and he instantly thrust his sword forward. The general's expression did not change. He raised his hand and knocked with 2 fingers. Bang! His 2 fingers tapped on the sword, causing golden halos to spread out. Yunxiao felt the sword in his hand sink, but with a shake of his wrist, he cut it up along with the force. The general's burly body finally moved. He gently dodged the sword and then punched out with his left hand. The boundless fist power turned into a spiritual light in the air and pressed down. A golden light gushed out of the power of the fist, like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. Yunxiao touched the sword with a finger, and with a crisp clang, the cold sword suddenly became sentient and slashed at the sky. Swish! The entire golden waterfall was torn apart by the sword and stabbed down. Clang, the tip of the sword was caught by the general's 2 fingers, unable to advance an inch. However, the sword was too sharp. The tiny sword ray opened at his fingertips and immediately flicked up, shaking the sword away with a dang sound. At the same time, although the fist power was torn apart by the sword force, its power was not reduced at all, and it slammed into Yunxiao. Bang! A golden light bloomed from Yunxiao's body as he was sent flying hundreds of feet away before he could stabilize himself. So strong! Yunxiao praised sincerely. When his inextinguishable golden body was activated, it glowed with a golden light that was comparable to the chessboard. "You're also very strong," the general said. "The warm-up is over," Yunxiao said. "Now the main course is ready." He focused his gaze and poured surging elemental energy into the sword. A halo of light started to spin around. The ancient Maha characters kept popping up on the ice sword, flying into the air and vanishing. The sound of the sword was deafening and reverberated in the surroundings. Phantoms gradually appeared on the body of the sword, like a beautiful woman, but also like a ferocious beast. There was also the appearance of a city and an ancient road in the snow. "What a powerful sword intent!" The general's expression turned serious. Yunxiao was slightly surprised himself. These strange scenes seemed to have been recorded by the cold sword. He didn't have time to think. He raised his long sword, and a terrifying sword intent surged in the surroundings. The entire heaven and earth seemed to sense it, and the wind and clouds pressed down. Sword technique demon slaying. Boom! The sky shattered, and an unparalleled sword essence gushed out, sweeping across the entire mountain range. Even the few people fighting in the sky revealed expressions of shock. Shi Wushuang was also distracted and looked down with a shocked expression. The general's expression was stern. He clenched his fists and stood in place without moving. The entire mountain range split open in front of him, and a huge ravine appeared. The sword intent was like an unstoppable power of heaven and earth, rolling over. Flame spear. Suddenly, there was a soft voice, and the body of the carriage moved. The golden light turned into a beam and shot over, producing flames in the air. Boom! When the golden light hit the sword radiance, a terrifying power rippled out, and a storm rose up. The general stood still on the ground and did not move. Where he was standing was the coordinate leading to the inner part of the mountain range. He had to guard it and could not move an inch. In the center of the storm, the sound of metal being cut apart rang out. Chu Che's expression was grave, and his body became more than twice as big as before. He grabbed a spear that was burning with flames in his hand and gritted his teeth to resist the remaining power of the sword chi. Yunxiao did not make another move after the first attack. Instead, he looked away and carefully studied the cold sword. The strange scene that had appeared before had disappeared, and the sword returned to its water-like body with flowing light. That cold and pure beauty must have been the queen of the snow country, Shuoyan Luo, and that sinister-looking demonic beast must have been the demon race's calamity that had brought disaster to the snow country. He had also noticed that Huidou's ferocity was similar to Shang's, but with more ferocity and violence. A ripple mark appeared in his left eye and he opened it. Within the eye bloodline technique dimension, a massive afterimage was suspended in the air, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. As expected, when he was helping the Sea Emperor's wife Ro Wei light up the lamp in the forest of the sea, he had taken out this remnant soul of Huidou and kept it in the dimension of his left eye. It seemed like it was the remnant soul of Huidou in the sword. As for why Ro Wei's body contained the remnant soul of a great demon from the Snow Nation, he had no idea. If he wanted to find out more, he would have to make a trip to the forest of the sea. At this moment, the storm of swords gradually dissipated. The body of the carriage was also revealed, but the light on its body had become much dimmer. Boom! An explosion suddenly erupted not too far away, and a round golden ball flew out. It was the heaven-devouring elephant that had been swept away by Qiu Mujie's harumphing sound. It had finally been pulled back. "Chen Yunyu, you deal with that fat man," Yunxiao said. "I'll cut this carriage." His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared in the air above the carriage and suddenly slashed down with his sword. The emperor's body had already returned to normal. With a swing of his golden spear, a flurry of spear afterimages appeared as he pointed them forward. Bang! The two profound level weapons collided, and cracks immediately appeared on the spear. The carriage seemed to be weak, and it was pushed back by Yuanxiao. Chun Yuyu also drew his sword in response and slashed at the heaven-devouring elephant. The two of them quickly fought. The general frowned. "Yuche, don't fight him head-on. That sword is abnormally sharp. Poses a great threat to our bodies." A series of metal clanging sounds were heard from the ruins. "Don't fight head-on?" Yuanxiao laughed. "Is he up to it?" The two of them were locked in a fierce battle, and all their moves were head-on. Yuanxiao had calculated every move well, trying to hit the same place on the spear. He didn't want to think about other tactics. He used the most effective and stupidest method to cut the other party into pieces bit by bit. Bang! Finally, under the sword, the flame spear was broken. A shocked expression appeared on Chu Che's face. His two pupils suddenly contracted, and the cold sword and ice had already reached him. The general stood behind the carriage with a dark expression. He raised his fists and punched out, shouting, "Hitting an ox across the mountain." Boom! The two punches instantly penetrated the chariot and hit the sword beam, knocking Yuanxiao away with a bang. In the sky, Wuxia was exhausted by the three chessboard members. When he saw that Yuanxiao had not come down after a long battle, he roared, "What are you still playing at? Hurry up and use your real strength." Yuanxiao retreated hundreds of feet away before he managed to dissipate the fist force. Then he smiled and said, "I'm not playing. The power of the general and chariot seems to be more powerful than other chess games." "Then come and exchange with me." Wuxia snorted in anger. "No need," Yuanxiao said with a smile. "I've already found a way to win." "A way to win?" The general's eyes narrowed. "Without absolute power, it would not exist. Where you are standing is the coordinate mark leading to the inner part of the mountain, right?" Yuanxiao said. "So you'll guard here and never leave." "So what if I am?" "This is something that can be easily discovered," the general said. "It's nothing," Yuanxiao said. "Since you want to protect this space, I'll shatter it." For rays of light flew out from his palm and intertwined in the air. They turned into a mountain and flew out. Yuanxiao performed incantation gestures with both hands, and runes kept pouring out of the Tusada heavenly peak. The mountain grew larger and larger, with an area of half an acre at the bottom. It flew over the general and smashed down. The general was finally moved. He looked at the falling hill with a shocked expression. However, he didn't want to escape. He clenched his fists tightly, and the aura on his body rose exponentially. The power of the pressure actually condensed into a physical substance and soared into the sky. Green light fist. Two golden fists suddenly smashed out, forming a green light barrier in the air above his body. A huge ray of light shot out to meet the mountain peak, as if it wanted to smash everything in its way. Boom! The fist force of the green light hit the mountain and shattered. It only managed to block the Tusada heavenly peak's falling momentum for a moment before it fell again. What? The general's entire body was in shock, and for the first time he was in a daze. Boom! As the small mountain fell, the entire space was distorted by the pressure and shattered in all directions. Next to the deep pit that Truth Listener's foot had stepped into, another huge sinkhole was blasted out. Sand and stones all surged into the sky, making it impossible to see. After smashing it, the Tusada heavenly peak turned into a beam of light and flew back into Yuanxiao's hand, spinning in his palm, full of spirit energy. "Ma Fei." Suddenly, he heard Shi Wushuang's heart-wrenching cry. As the dust settled, a golden shadow could be seen in the sinkhole. It was the chessboard that had been completely crushed by the Tusada heavenly peak. However, from the looks of it, it wasn't the general but Ma Fei. "Oh?" Yuanxiao asked. The moment he died, he used all his strength to break through the spatial barrier and kicked the general away. He sacrificed himself to protect his master. He is worthy of praise. The space above the metal piece moved, and the general's figure appeared, his face full of anger. The few chess pieces in the sky also flew down. The heaven-devouring elephant also withdrew from the battle and landed in the sinkhole. Ma Feifei, woo-woo. Shi Wuxuang couldn't help but cry, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. He cried, "Get up! Get up! If you can stand up, I will not call you Ma Feifei anymore. I will call you by your full name." Every chess puppet felt a sense of sorrow in their hearts and remained silent. "I was too careless and got Ma Feiying into trouble," the general said. "Ha. Well done." Qiu Mujie flew to Yunxiao's side and gave him a thumbs up as he praised. 2 out of 7 have been eliminated. The remaining 5 can be taken care of very soon. I was a little too harsh," Yunxiao said. "I feel a little apologetic when I see how sad they are." Qiu Mujie sneered. "Stop pretending to be compassionate. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you. Don't be fooled by their cute looks. Besides, it's just a puppet. Even if it's flattened, it can still be refined back." "What do you know?" "Master," Shi Wuxuang cried and shouted. "Even if Master can refine Ma Feifei back, it won't be the Ma Feifei from before. Tisk, it's fine if you're not. You're just a puppet anyway." Qiu Mujie's face was filled with disdain as he scornfully said, "To put it bluntly, it's just a product of artifact crafting." "I'm going to kill you," Shi Wuxuang shouted in grief and indignation. His eyes turned blood-red as he charged forward. "Shi Wuxuang," the general shouted and appeared beside Shi Wuxuang in a flash. He grabbed her shoulder and said, "Calm down." "Humph, what's the use of being calm? If you want to live, then get out of my way. I'll tell you another piece of bad news that makes things worse." Qiu Mujie sneered. "I've also refined that short dwarf who offended me into an iron block." Ha. He laughed sarcastically, his face full of contempt and disdain. Yunxiao and Chen Yunyu frowned slightly. Both of them felt that it was extremely inappropriate for him to lose his composure. Shi Wuxuang's eyes were already red and his body was trembling slightly. The general said, "We can't be impulsive in the current situation. All of you remember this. The purpose of our existence is to complete the mission, not to settle grudges." "Yes, General," the 4 of them shouted in unison. Their voices were filled with anger and grief, as well as the determination of a united will. Yunxiao could not help but frown. "I'm very curious. Which genius in the world is able to create existences like you?" "Humph. Don't think too highly of them," Qiu Mujie coldly replied. "They're just some simple puppets fused with an external soul to achieve a relatively balanced state. Even the Mu clan, the most powerful puppetry in the world, can't possibly refine such a nimble puppet." "If it's an external soul," Yunxiao said, "Ma Feifei's body will only be injured. How can she die?" "The soul is one of the 3 major problems in the refinement of the human body. It's difficult to fully understand it. Their bodies were already embedded with all kinds of complicated formations, imprisoning their souls within and causing certain changes. You've destroyed the foundation of their existence, so you'll naturally die." The 5 chessboard members' expressions changed slightly, but they returned to normal in an instant. "No matter how you look down on us, no matter how you speculate about us, no matter how strong you are, we will stick to our mission," the general said. "Tsk. Very ambitious, but can you do it?" Qiu Mujie sneered and said, "I'll deal with 2 of them. You guys stall the other 3 for a while. I'll come to help you after I'm done with the other 2. He rushed forward and teleported. He grabbed his padao and slashed at Shi Wuxuang's head. He grinned hideously and said, "Half a month and that little pawn, come up and die." Swish! All of a sudden, a sharp light transformed into a vital chi slash that streaked across the sky. Bang! Qiu Mujie's blade force was jolted away. It was none other than the heaven-devouring elephant. It held a long scythe in its hand and stared at him with an ice-cold gaze, a look of determination on its face. "Tisk, fat pig. This lord will deal with you later." Qiu Mujie beckoned at Shi Wuxuang and sneered, "If you want to take revenge for those 2 idiots, Then come over. Shi Wuxia raised his eyes and looked at him. Qiu Mujie was slightly startled. His scarlet eyes that were filled with hatred had already returned to normal, and he was as quiet as a virgin. Guard your position, the general said. As long as we don't make any mistakes, they can't do anything. Yes. Yes, General. The four answered in unison and surrounded the general according to certain rules. They vaguely complemented each other, attacking and defending each other. Qiu Mujie's expression immediately turned cold. He knew that trouble was coming. As expected of a general, Xianxia praised. You can quickly recognize the situation and organize it. However, without the horse and the cannon, it's impossible to stop the three of us. He raised his hand, and the Tusada heavenly peak flew up again. You can't take this thing head-on. The general's expression changed drastically. The four-colored light swirled, turned into a small mountain again, and fell in the middle of the chessboard. Retreat! The general shouted, and the five of them immediately turned into rays of light and dispersed. Attack! Xianxia said. Qiu Mujie didn't wait for him to speak, and had already charged toward Shi Wuxia. The general's expression turned unsightly. He had broken through their defensive formation with just one move, but this move was so powerful that it was impossible to resist. Chen Yuyu also wielded his sword and charged forward, once again engaging in battle with the sky-devouring elephant. The carriage and the soldiers returned to the general's side, as if waiting for orders. The general raised his eyes in worry and said, "The two of you, go and support Shi Wuxia." The Emperor Cart was startled and said, "General, then you should be careful. Do as I'm told." The general said, "Yes." Although the two of them were very worried, they did not dare to disobey. They turned into rays of light and soared into the sky. "General?" Xianxia asked in surprise, "Are you going to deal with me personally?" The general looked at the Tusada peak that was spinning in his hand and said, "If horse and cannon hadn't died, and you didn't have this profound level weapon in your hand, you wouldn't have been able to pass through if the seven of us formed a formation. There are too many conditions for this hypothesis," Xianxia said with a smile. "It's not what a general should do to let his imagination run wild. I know the situation can't be reversed, so I'm betting the key battle on myself," the general said. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up. The flowing light on his body seemed to be more agile. Golden flames filled the sky, and a domineering aura spread out. "You mean," Xianxia said, "the overall situation will be settled as long as you defeat me?" The general clenched his fist and said, "Yes. As long as the three of you can break one of them, the overall situation will be settled." Green light fist. A terrifying light burst out from his body and turned into a green light in front of him, shooting out into the air. Yunxiao's body flickered, and he retreated hundreds of feet away. He had just steadied his body when he felt a fist power falling behind him. So fast! He was slightly shocked. This speed was almost on par with the wind-chasing cannon. Without thinking twice, he directly reached out and grabbed it. Bang! The general's fist hit his palm, and he felt a sharp pain. Although he had the indestructible golden body and the 5 gates of the physical body, he still felt that many of the bones in his arm had cracked. What? The general was shocked. He could not believe that his opponent could take his punch. Again! Chaos King Fist. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the sky was filled with fist shadows and countless figures that had exploded the air. Their fists fell like meteors, but they were all golden in color. Not only did each punch explode with energy, but it also suppressed the surrounding space, making it impossible to escape. Yunxiao was shocked. The power of the fist was domineering and wild, and it was extremely fierce, but there was a hint of flexibility in the toughness, which allowed the surrounding spirit chi to rotate and be absorbed into the fist. He didn't dare to take it head-on with his bare hands. He turned around and stood with his sword in hand. Instantly, countless sword patterns surged on the sword, flew into the air, and disappeared in a flash, turning into a sword enchantment. Bang, 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 bang. The countless fist shadows landed on the barrier, like clear waves in a pond. Good block, the general shouted, and his aura suddenly increased. The power of his fist doubled. What? While Yuanxiao was shocked, the barrier was suddenly broken, and the sky was filled with fist shadows, which kept hitting his sword and body. Bang! Yuanxiao took a few punches, and his qi and blood rushed up to his throat. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What was that just now? The force was so strong that Yuanxiao was shocked. Before he could stabilize his body, he felt a mountain-like power coming at him from the sky. Sword intent. He let out an angry roar and struck the ice sword with a single hand seal. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and slashed at the pressure. Boom! The pressure was immediately stopped, and Yuanxiao seized the moment to stand firm and come back to his senses. Good sword. You have a sword, so do I, the general praised. A ray of golden light shot out from his hand and instantly condensed into a golden sword. This is the king's sword. It won't be dirty to cut you. The golden sword emitted rays of light, and a series of arrays suddenly appeared on it. The surrounding spiritual qi surged in and was instantly absorbed. Royal sword beheading authority. A vast golden light fell from the sky, and all the spirit qi he had absorbed seemed to be poured out at once, turning into a terrifying sword energy that rushed toward Yuanxiao. It's just overwhelming power. Can you call that a sword? Yuanxiao's face turned cold, and his eyes were as still as a deep pool of water. All of a sudden, he became extremely quiet. A real sword is an existence that has breathing, life, and soul. It's not just absorbing and spitting out power. His body brightened up. He didn't move, but countless sword talismans gushed out from his body and danced in the sky. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. If your sword is considered a king's sword, then mine can only be called a god's sword. Yuanxiao's pupils constricted. The sword talismans that filled the sky condensed and flew into the frost of the cold swords. In an instant, the sword energy burst out, and the terrifying power of rules swept forward like a turbulent wave. Heaven and earth were suddenly split apart by that sword. Everyone stopped fighting and looked over in shock. Countless sword energies surged around Yuanxiao, and circles of sword talismans danced in the sky like countless yellow papers, telling the story of death. The two vast sword energies finally collided, and a mighty force swept across the entire world, dragging Yuanxiao and the general into it. Everyone was shocked. Under the surge of that terrifying power, all the light was constantly swallowed up. Even their divine sense and eyes were absorbed, and they could not sense the situation at all. He only felt that there were two faint rays of light shuttling back and forth. Bang! A loud sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a sharp sword circle, which dispersed the majestic power. A water-like sword light suddenly rushed up, directly into the clouds, and split the sky. A huge pressure was produced within a radius of 1,000 feet from the sword light, and all matter was instantly crushed into pieces. Chen Yuyu and the heaven-devouring elephant retreated 1,000 feet at the first moment, but they still felt the power of the sword. The two of them were terrified. There was such an impact even from 1,000 feet away. How could the person in the center of the sword light withstand such a shocking sword? Chen Yuyu's body trembled as he said, he's buy-in. Sword slashes stars, he's sword slashes stars. General! The heaven-devouring elephant roared and transformed into a golden beam of light, charging forward. The sword in Chen Yuyu's hand sank and turned into thousands of swords that rose into the air like a net of swords and fell on the body of the heaven-devouring elephant. The sky-devouring elephant's scythe spun in the air, and its entire body spun like a top. Countless saber shadows stood on the sword net, shaking out a sky full of golden light. Shi Wushuang and the others' hearts sank. They would never believe that the general could survive the sword intent just now. Qiu Mujia knew Yuanxiao's identity, and although he was also shocked, he was obviously much calmer. Taking advantage of the distraction of Shi Wushuang and the other two, he madly absorbed primordial pills to replenish his strength. The dust on the ground dispersed, and the two figures pressed together slowly appeared in front of everyone. General! Shi Wushuang couldn't hold it in any longer. 2 streams of tears flowed down as he covered his mouth and cried. On the ground, half of the king's sword was held in the general's hand. The cold sword pierced his chest and came out from his back. Yunxiao's face was cold and pale, and the veins on the hand holding the sword were bulging and trembling slightly. "What's the name of this sword?" The general's face was extremely calm. Yunxiao circulated his primordial energy to calm his slightly trembling body, then said, "Sword slashes the stars." "So it's this?" the general said, suddenly enlightened. "You're very strong," Yunxiao said. "You can still survive under Swordcut Star City. I thought you were dead for sure." "If it were them, they'd definitely be finished," the general said. "But I'm a general, so my structure is a little different from theirs." Yunxiao's eyebrows twitched slightly as he said, "How different?" Bang! The general raised his hand and grabbed the cold sword, Frost, and pulled it out. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and his arm trembled. He had consumed too much strength in the attack just now, and the sword was constantly being pulled out of his body by the general. Bang! The general swung his arm with all his might and pushed Yunxiao back several feet. Then, a golden light rushed out from his body. His pupils suddenly shrank and shot out a sharp cold light. Yunxiao trembled violently, and the gaze seemed to penetrate his body and heart. "Why, you're Bayan!" he exclaimed in shock. "How could a puppet have such sharp eyes?" "Pa!" The general put his hands together, and a monstrous aura surged from his body. The power level kept rising, and his entire golden body was shining as if it was about to melt. "So, Ingluo, you're still the one who lost in the end." Gu Feiyang. The general's eyes became extremely deep, like the blue sky that could see through everything in the world. Blue howling tyrant fist. A golden light shot out from his palms and a monstrous force surged out. He suddenly punched out. "This punch, Wufu, you're Wufu." Yunxiao's body trembled, and he suddenly understood something. The fist momentum carried an endless roaring martial intent, as if it had crossed time and space. The aura of death welled up in his heart so clearly that he didn't have time to think anymore. He circulated the imperishable golden body to the extreme and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The 4 fists behind him held golden light and suddenly bombarded. He formed a hand seal in front of him and summoned the devil sky silk. He drew his sword with one hand and slashed out again. Sword technique demon slaying. Boom! The sword intent was shattered by the fist radiance and struck the devil sky armor. Bang! The devil sky silk was safe and sound, but Yunxiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. He retracted his Dharma idol, and his entire body was sent flying like a kite. It was hitting the cow across the mountain. After the general's punch landed, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the broken king's sword flew into his hand. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from where he was and continued to pursue Yunxiao. A surge of elemental energy poured into the broken sword, and with a bang, it gushed out of the sword's spine. "What?" The general frowned as he raised his sword and slashed at Chen Yunyu, who had suddenly blocked Yunxiao's way. Bang! Chen Xinyu raised his sword and blocked it horizontally, but he was immediately pushed back several feet. How can he be so strong? He was shocked in his heart. He was a peak tier 9 powerhouse, and he was actually forced back by a single sword. A king cuts his power. The general seemed to have lost his calm and collected demeanor. He swung his sword fiercely, and the surrounding spiritual qi was instantly absorbed and spat out. Boom! Chen Yunyu and Yunxiao were instantly hit by the sword qi, and the whole mountain was split open again. It was like a cake, completely ruined. On the broken sword, the sword energy pulsed a few times before gradually disappearing. The general stood in the air with the broken sword in his hand. His cold eyes looked into the endless ruins, sweeping over them bit by bit. "I know you're not dead yet, come out," the general shouted coldly, but there was no response. "Didn't you want to enter the inner part of the mountain range? I'm standing right here. Come out," he shouted several times, but there was no sound at all. Sky-devouring elephant flew down and said, "General, that Li Yunxiao has been injured by the power of your fist. Coupled with the power of your sword, even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. It will take him at least a year to recover. The general frowned slightly. Although he did not believe that Xianxia would need a year and a half to recuperate, he would not be able to run away in 10 days or half a month. By then, he would have been long gone. He raised his head and looked at Wuxia. Wuxia's entire body trembled as he spread his wings and leaped 100 zhang away. He became vigilant. Even he would have been seriously injured by Xianxiao's star slash, let alone turn the tide. Crazy Jie, aren't you very arrogant? The general said coldly. Wuxia was taken aback. The aura of the general in front of him was completely different from before. The sword mark Xianxia had left on his chest was still there, and one could see the back through the hole. If you're not the general, who are you? He asked. Wuxia and the others were also shocked. They had never seen the general in such a state. The world is big. Not everyone you can afford to offend, the general said. Wuxia frowned as he pondered the meaning of these words. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light in front of him. The general took the opportunity to teleport and grabbed at him with his 5 fingers wide open. Impossible! In his shock, Wuxia suddenly flapped his wings. Woof! Whoosh! The general's 5 fingers suddenly turned into sharp swords and shot out. Under the dazed state of space, 2 sword gleams pierced through. The feather of the dark swamp was instantly cut off, and the sky was cut into 3 parts. Ah! Wuxia cried out in pain, and cold sweat burst out of his forehead. However, he didn't have time to think. He swung his tail and thrust out the heaven vein poison light. Bang! The broken sword spat out sword energy once again and slashed at the long tail, cutting off the poisonous needle. Wuxia was greatly shocked. He suddenly transformed into a copper nose and iron mouth, and with a humph-ha sound, he blasted out with his full strength. Scales appeared all over his body as he retreated, instantly fleeing 1,000 feet away. The general's sword slashed into the sound wavestorm and was instantly destroyed. The sword intent continued to pursue Wuxia and landed on his scaled body, causing a series of sparks to fly. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Not far away, the battleship fish also disappeared after spitting out a few bubbles. Humph! The general turned around and flew down. Wuxia and the others were all stunned. They looked at the familiar figure, but it seemed extremely distant and unfamiliar. The general stood on the ground and kept making hand seals, sending them into the void in front of him. A green array appeared and suddenly opened, revealing a passage. Let's go, he said. The general called out softly. Wuxia's body trembled and that familiar feeling came back again. She was stunned and said, Leave? Where to? The general said, Inside the mountain, the outer body of the mountain has been completely destroyed. No one will come here in a short time. After we go in, no one will be able to find the entrance. Wuxia said, General, you were... No need to ask, the general said. He took the lead and stepped into the passage, slowly walking inside. Wuxia and the others looked at each other and followed closely behind. Soon, the green tunnel gradually closed and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a mountain of rock powder. Even the shape of the mountain had completely disappeared. After a while, a ghostly light suddenly appeared on the ruins, wandering in the air like a will-o'-the-wisp. After flying a few rounds, the ghostly fire suddenly fell and transformed into a tall and slender figure on the ground. The figure's entire body was withered and thin, and it looked like a skeleton. He looked around and said, I don't see Gu Feiyang's soul. He shouldn't be dead. He just escaped. What a pity. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that he didn't come out just now. Although I lost Gu Feiyang's soul, I discovered the general's secret. The man stroked his sparse short beard and muttered to himself. The matter of Gu Feiyang's soul can be put on hold. He is seriously injured at the moment and will need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. It's more important to deal with the Battle Soul Mountain first. The skinny man made his decision. His body flickered and he turned into a ghostly flame again. He flew a few rounds before disappearing with a bang. The Battle Soul Mountain had completely lost its mountain form and was in a mess. The earth veins were all destroyed and the sound of breaking was constantly coming from the ground. After the ghostly flame disappeared, the space twisted slightly, and Yunxiao and Chen Yunyu's figures emerged. The two of them were pale and injured. Cough, cough. Yunxiao coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and said in a self-deprecating manner, "It's true that I'm seriously injured, but why do you all think that I'll need 10 days to half a month to recover? Do I look that weak?" He took out a large number of heavenly treasures and swallowed them without even looking at them. Then, he made a hand seal and a formation light flew out from his body. Vast spiritual chi surged from all directions and poured into his body. Chen Yuyu was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to delay under the impact of this vast spiritual energy and hurriedly adjusted his breathing to absorb it. The spirit chi around Yunxiao almost condensed into a dragon as it kept pouring into him. Chen Xinyu felt that it was greatly beneficial, but it didn't last long before the spiritual energy of the dragon gradually dissipated. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that Yunxiao's face was ruddy, and his injuries seemed to have been suppressed. "Young Master Yun, your injuries are not good," he said awkwardly. "What?" Yunxiao asked. "Do you also think that I will need 10 days to half a month to recover?" Chen Xinyu was speechless. No, it's just that, isn't this a little too fast? The strength of my physical body is far beyond your imagination, Yunxiao said. Besides, my injuries have not fully recovered. I think I've only recovered by 70 or 80%. 70 to 80 taels of silver? Chen Yuyu was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. His injuries should have been much lighter than Yunxiao's, and he had not even recovered by 10%. Little did they know that Yunxiao's imperishable golden body could directly absorb his opponent's power. So his injury was far less serious than they thought. Coupled with his speed of absorbing spirit chi, he was dozens or even 100 times faster than ordinary people. Yunxiao dropped the topic and said, "The person that the ghostly fire transformed into seemed familiar, but I can't remember who it was." "You're right." Chen Yuyu's expression was grave. "If I'm not wrong, that person just now should be the deputy sect leader of the Soul Devourer sect, you mean?" Yes, that's him." Yunxiao clenched his fist and said, "Why do I find him familiar? Has this kid already become the vice sect leader?" TSK. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be treated with new eyes. "This Battle Soul Mountain is the territory of the Soul Devourer sect," Chen Xinyu said. "It's not strange for people from the Soul Devourer sect to appear here. But why would they tolerate people from the Myriad Star Valley acting so atrociously here?" "There can be many possibilities," Yunxiao said. "For example, the Soul Devourer sect has just discovered it, or they have already discovered it a long time ago and kept it a secret, hoping for a bigger conspiracy. Anyway, Yumi's appearance has made things more interesting and complicated." "Is it good or bad?" Chen Yuyu asked. "It's hard to say," Yunxiao said. "Let's just take it one step at a time. I originally thought that the 3 of us would be able to take down everything, but now it seems that we'll be in quite a bit of trouble. Even that general can't be taken down. We still don't know how many masters there are in the mountain range. So we must solve this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Yuan Gaohan comes, it will make things more complicated." Chen Yuyu's face was still filled with lingering fear as she said, "What's with that general?" "In the end," Yunxiao said, "the one who turned the defeat into victory was Tian Xingzi." "What? 10,000 Stars Valley's sect master, Tian Xingzi?" Chen Yunyu was shocked and said, "The general's identity is actually Tian Xingzi himself? Then who is the Tian Xingzi who usually appears?" "You're thinking too much," Yunxiao said. "The general was the general, and Tian Xingzi was Tian Xingzi. It was just that, in the end, Tian Xingzi was the one who descended into the general's body. The meaning of the general's existence should be to be the vessel for Tian Xingzi's descent. It's very difficult for an ordinary possession technique to unleash such great power, but this general must have been specially refined for this, so the compatibility is very high." "I see." Chen Yunyu looked at Yunxiao and finally could not help but ask, "Young Master Yun, you are really that lord? What does it matter?" Yunxiao suddenly smiled. What does it matter? This Bai-en, Chen Jiu said. I understand. Yunxiao changed the topic. Looking at the feather of Blackpool and the tail-breaking poisonous needle in the distance, he said with a smile. Mad Hero was careless and his limbs were broken by Tian Xingzi. This is not a small lesson. If it really was the Sky Star Valley sect master, Chan Yuyu said with some lingering fear, I'm afraid only young Master Yun's friend can compete with him. Yun Xiao knew he was talking about Che-Yu, so he said, let's see how things go first. I'll summon him when necessary, but I'm not too sure if he's willing to help. After Che-Yu regained his freedom, his relationship with him was still good, but he was not as easy to command as before. If the other party lost his temper, he could do nothing. Let's go. Let's go into the mountain range and see what they're up to. When Yun Xiao came to the place where the general had disappeared, his pupils constricted and turned blood-red. Soon he found the coordinate point, and the space passage slowly opened under the power of his eyes. The two of them quickly entered. A holy aura immediately hit him in the face, making him feel solemn and respectful. What's going on? This power is filled with holiness and vitality, completely different from the deathly aura outside. Chen Yuyu looked a little confused. Being and non-being exist together, and life and death follow each other, Yun Xiao said. Although it's a little strange, it's not difficult to understand. The yin and yang of heaven and earth are always born together. If the divine qi here disappears, the deathly gray qi outside might also disappear. The passage in front of them was not man-made, but seemed to be created by the heavens and earth. The two of them walked inside step by step. In the interior of the mountain, there was a huge cave, surrounded by towering stalactites that were almost stuck together. The ground in the middle of the cave was full of mud, and it seemed to be lava below, with hot air bubbles constantly gushing out. A giant deer-shaped monster was stuck in the mud. Its entire body was gray, and its body was like a stone sculpture, not moving at all. The monster's body was bound with silver chains that hung from the mountain walls on all four sides. It shone with a golden light. Su Ping stood on a stalactite pillar and looked at the giant deer monster expressionlessly. An old man in a gray robe was sitting cross-legged on the monster's head. He had a dignified expression. The old man's hands formed a seal, and he didn't move at all, just like the giant deer. Su Ping suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the karst cave. He said, "It's all settled." 5 chessboard members walked out from that direction. The general was the first to say, "They've all fled." Su Ping furrowed his brows as he looked at the old man sitting cross-legged on the head of the giant deer monster. Could it be the sect leader? "Yes," the general said. Su Ping nodded and said, "I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. You've worked hard. I'll make up for the lost cannons and horses as soon as possible after this matter is over." Sorrow appeared in the eyes of Shi Wushuang and the others, but it disappeared in a flash. The general was expressionless and only replied, "Yes." He just stood at the side and didn't say anything. Su Ping said, "Since the sect leader has taken action, I'm afraid the time here will be extended. All of you strengthen your defenses. In addition to the people from the Soul Devourer sect, we also have to prevent Yun Xiao and the others from returning." "Yes." "There are a total of 6 passages that lead to the inside of this mountain," the general said. "Why don't we set up a barrier to completely seal it off? We can break the seal and get out when the time comes." Jiao Xiu and the other 2 seriously injured 7 loose disciples were also in the cave. When they heard this, they immediately said, "This method is not bad. Even if the seal is not strong, it can at least alert the enemy." He immediately ordered the other 2 to start setting up. Su Ping's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He allowed them to move on their own. His gaze was still fixed on the gray-robed old man on the head of the giant deer monster. He didn't move. "Ah! Ah!" Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech was heard, followed by a splatter of blood in the cave. One of the 7 loose disciples was currently sealing the entrance of the cave when his head suddenly flew off. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, making hissing sounds. "Who is it?" Everyone was shocked. Diao Xiao was even more furious, and he almost fainted from anger. The 7 loose masters were extremely famous in the entire western region. Although the 7 of them couldn't be said to be brothers, they advanced and retreated together. They were almost like a famous name card of the Myriad Stars Valley. They were well known, and their fame even surpassed the sect leaders. He didn't expect that only half a day had passed, and only 2 people were left. 5 out of 7 were gone, so how could he not be angry? TSK, isn't this Duan Ganhong of the 7 loose disciples? Not bad. Not bad. This soul is very good. The space in the passage trembled, and several figures appeared in an instant. They all had cold and strange expressions, and when their auras spread out, they immediately made people shudder. It's you, Shi Yuluan, Diao Xiao exclaimed in shock. Su Ping's brows furrowed as well, and his expression turned ugly. Shi Yuluan was the deputy sect master of the Soul Devourer sect. Not only him, but the people behind him were all experts of the Soul Devourer sect. One of them held a yellow light in his hand, shaking it continuously. Duan Ganhong's appearance could be vaguely seen inside, and he seemed to be in extreme pain. Quickly release Duan Ganhong's soul, Martin Xiao shouted in anger. Release? TSK, if you want to release it, you can do so with your soul. The man laughed and looked at Diao Xiao coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of green light, which turned into a golden skeleton in the air. The golden skeleton slowly opened its eyes, which suddenly brightened. It drooled as it stared at Duan Ganhong's soul in the man's hand. As the leader of the 7 loose cultivators, Diao Xiao, since you're so bold as to ask me to release him, then do you have the spirit to sacrifice yourself for your companion? The man laughed contemptuously. You, demon. Diao Xiao clenched his teeth in anger and clenched his fists. Of course, he would not exchange his soul for it. Since you're not willing to sacrifice yourself, what's the point of calling yourself that? The man sneered. It's not that I don't want to release her, but you're not sincere enough. He threw away the ball of yellow light, and the golden skeleton suddenly became overjoyed. It instantly opened its mouth wide and ate it. It kept making ba-ji sounds, which made people's hair stand on end. Gulp! Diao Xiao swallowed with difficulty, and all the hair on his body stood up. Su Ping also frowned and said, What do you mean? Do you want a complete war? Shi Yuluan was wearing a loose black robe with countless golden skeletons drawn on it. She stretched and said, This is the territory of the Soul Devourer sect, and you're still asking me what I mean? Is there something wrong with your brain? Su Ping said, Even if it's your territory, can't we even stay there? He killed our sect's elder as soon as he saw him. Of course I can, Shi Yuluan sneered. Since we know that this is the territory of the Soul Devourer sect, then everyone in the Battle Soul Mountain is under the protection of our sect, but they were all killed by you. What kind of logic is this? Su Ping was at a loss for words and could only say, When we arrived at the Battle Soul Mountain, the people in the mountain were already dead. How can you blame it on us? Oh, I see. That Duan Ganhong just now also suddenly died of his own accord. We just happened to see him, so we took his soul in passing, Shi Yuluan said unhurriedly. Then what do you want now? Su Ping knocked his head and asked. Shi Yuluan looked at the giant deer monster that was locked in the middle. Only its upper body could be seen above the mud. Its 2 giant horns were like 2 strange rugged mountains, and its head was like a hill. The old man sat on it motionlessly as if he was in a trance. Shi Yuluan's expression was solemn as she said in a clear voice, Shi Yuluan of the Soul Devourer sect greets Lord Tian Xingzi. Tian Xingzi still did not make a sound, as if he had not heard. I, Shi Yuluan of the Soul Devourer sect, pay my respects to Lord Tian Xingzi, Shi Yuluan said in a clear voice. It was still silent, and Tian Xingzi seemed to have been petrified along with the giant deer monster. What's wrong with Lord Tian Xingzi? Shi Yuluan asked in surprise. Su Ping said indifferently, Lord Shi Yuluan, why are you pretending? If you didn't know that there was something strange about the sect leader, would you dare to kill Duan Ganhong? So the news I heard is true? Shi Yuluin smiled. I'd like to know who told you the news, Su Ping said. Isn't our vice sect leader, Lord Yumi, always by your side? Shi Yuluin sneered. What's the big deal about sending back this little bit of information? Nonsense! An angry shout came from the cave. After several lights flashed, Yumi's skinny figure appeared. He said with a pale face, Shi Yuluin, don't try to frame me. Su Ping, I didn't do this, he said. Humph. Yumi, you're a traitor. Shi Yuluin coldly said. You still have the face to say it wasn't you? He actually sought refuge in Myriad Stars Valley. Do you still remember the sect rules? Yumi's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. Of course I remember. But I remember the rules of the Myriad Stars Valley even more. Because I was a member of the Myriad Stars Valley before I entered the Soul Devourer sect, he said indifferently. What? Everyone was shocked. Even Martin Xiu was shocked. He looked at Su Ping as if he was seeking confirmation. Seeing that the latter's expression did not change, he knew that what Yumi said was true. Shi Yuluin's face was filled with horror. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, The 10,000 Stars Valley's move is really ruthless. No wonder my Soul Devourer sect has been suppressed by you all these years. It turns out to be like this. Su Ping said, Elder Yumi has indeed played a significant role in the past few years. You've worked hard. However, the Soul Devourer sect seems to have planted a mole in my sect, and even Elder Yumi's identity has been exposed. I really want to know who the mole is. I hope I live up to sect leaders' expectations. Yumi quickly said, I have a few guesses about the mole planted by the Soul Devourer sect, but I can't be sure. That's good, Su Ping said. When this matter is over, I'll definitely investigate it thoroughly. Shi Yuluin's face darkened and she said coldly, This matter is over? Since I'm here, can you still leave this place? Su Ping was moved. All 9 elders of the Soul Devourer sect have been mobilized. It seems that they really want to fight to the death. Sect leader Huangfu Bai, have you considered the consequences of fighting between the two sects? Shi Yuluin grinned hideously. If it weren't for the sect master's order, would I have dared to make such a decision? This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to eliminate your Myriad Stars Valley. With a flash of his red robe, he charged directly into the center of the swamp. Impudent! Leave Shi Yuluin to me, Yumi shouted. With a flash of green light, he caught up with the red-robed man. With the soul-devouring flag in his hand, a ghostly figure bit at him. You lackey, you're really responsible. Shi Yuluin was furious. She made a hand seal with one hand and a sharp sword appeared in her hand and she stabbed it down. Bang! The light of the sharp sword struck the soul-devouring banner and bloomed, shooting in all directions. A few of them went straight for Xianxia, who was in the center. Su Ping's expression darkened. He took a step forward and shuttled through, appearing directly beside Xianxia. With a wave of his long sleeve, he swept away the sword light. No one can save the Myriad Star Valley from its defeat today. Shi Yuluin brandished the long sword in his hand and slashed down. He shouted, 10,000 spirit-devouring ghosts. The long sword disappeared in his hand and turned into a huge ghost face full of cracks. It fell apart with a bang. In an instant, countless fist-sized ghostly faces flew up like carps crossing the river. They made all kinds of wah-wah sounds as they rushed toward the center. Su Ping's expression didn't change. He slapped the ground with one hand. A dense halo of light spread out from his palm and condensed into a star with a radius of 100 feet around his body. Bang, bang, bang. The 10,000 ghosts rushed down and all crashed into it, causing the star ring to become unstable. Su Ping took out a jade pendant, formed a few seals on it, and threw it out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A bee-like sound came from the jade pendant. As soon as it flew into the ring of stars, countless runes immediately burst out and rotated around the light. The chaotic celestial barrier immediately became solid, and the 10,000 ghosts were immediately blasted away upon contact, causing them to cry out in alarm. Damn it! Yumi shouted in shock and anger. He threw out the soul-devouring banner in his hand and spread it in the air. Suddenly, a golden skeleton appeared. The skeleton rolled its eyes and flew out under the control of Yumi's seal. It opened its mouth and ate the 100 ghosts happily. Xianxia was furious. He made a hand seal and his long robe fluttered. The shadow of a huge demonic beast appeared behind him and rushed into his body. Pai pa pai pa. The muscles on his body continued to burst with power, and in an instant he transformed into a huge demon. His legs shot out at Yumi. Boom! Yumi was shocked. He quickly made a hand seal, and the giant golden skeleton suddenly fell. Boom! The power of Xianxia's punch deformed the golden skeleton, and the force of the punch even penetrated it. Bang! Yumi grabbed the soul-devouring banner and held it in front of him to block the remaining power. He was sent flying on the spot, his eyes filled with horror. The Soul Devourer sect's two great magical powers were the Soul Battle Technique and the Soul-Devouring Banner. The former was more difficult to cultivate at the beginning, and the progress was slow, but once it was completed, its power would be boundless. Back then, Xianxia had performed this skill together with Qiyu, and they had saved the world many times. Although it was easier to refine the Soul-Devouring Banner, after stepping into the Golden Soul stage, it would need to devour a large number of souls for every increase in strength. This was a taboo even in the Soul-Devouring sect, so it was very difficult to cultivate it. Yumi's strength was clearly not as good as Xianxia's. After the attack, he had the intention to retreat and did not dare to fight head-on. You traitor! I'll tear you apart today. Xianxia's face was full of ferocity. Like a mammoth that was standing up, he took a step forward and punched out with his huge fist. Although the entire cave was large, it was extremely small when it came to fighting. Yumi could not avoid it, so he gritted his teeth and used the Soul-Devouring Banner. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed. The entire karst cave seemed to be in the netherworld. All kinds of wandering souls and wild ghosts flew around. The golden primary soul opened its eyes wide and spewed out ghostly fire. It was a terrifying sight. Tisk, you're bluffing. Hand over your life. Xianxia's face was filled with a sneer. Wherever the fist force passed, the entire eerie phenomenon was broken apart. Yumi's face turned pale. He grabbed the Soul-Devouring Banner and prepared to fight head-on. He roared and rushed forward. Pa! Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder and he said, I'll do it. With a flash of golden light, the general stood in front of him with his hands pressed together. His eyes were filled with radiance as he shouted, Blue Howling Tyrant Fist! A golden light shot out and met Xianxia's fist force. Boom! The two fist forces exploded, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The entire cave was filled with a holy power that seemed to be able to resolve the power and did not collapse. What? This strength? Xianxia was shocked to see that he could not block the general's punch. The vast power was even greater than his. You're Xianxia, he exclaimed. Since we've decided to make a move, we must be prepared to be annihilated. The general said, Xianxia shall be buried under the mountain of fighting souls forever. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, followed by a burst of golden light. The general's body froze. He had just raised his fist high when it stopped in the air, as if he could not move. His eyes, which were as deep as the sea, suddenly shrank. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Behind the general, Yumi thrust his sword directly into the wound on his body, where Xianxia's star slash had seriously injured him. Not only that, but the golden primary soul also rushed into the interior of the puppet. A large number of wandering souls and ghosts also scattered, turning the general's surroundings into a ghastly and terrifying place. Yumi, you coward! Su Ping was shocked and furious. Ha 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 ha! Yumi laughed out loud, his face full of smugness. Everyone, you didn't expect this, did you? Xianxia was also sneering and smug. She looked at the crowd as if they were fools and sneered. The general's expression kept changing. The golden primary soul kept destroying the formation in his body and started to devour his soul. Su Ping gritted his teeth and said, Yumi, you're the sect leader's adopted son. Why did you betray the myriad stars valley? Martin Xiao and the rest were shocked. They did not expect Yumi to have such a relationship. Su Ping, people change, Yumi chuckled. I've been in the Soul Devourer sect for so many years. Aren't you worried that I'll change? Just based on that illusory title of adopted son? Can it compare to the position of the vice sect master of my Soul Devourer sect? General! Shi Wushuang was shocked and his eyes turned red. His figure flashed and he rushed over. At the same time, a golden light rose, and the other chessboard members also rose into the air, their faces full of anger. Whoosh! 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 Several figures stood in front of them, all with mocking expressions. They were the 9 elders of the Soul Devourer sect. A violent roar came from one of them, and a wild demonic chi rushed out. His body instantly turned into a demon, and he grabbed an iron hammer in the air and smashed it down. Boom! The space exploded, and a storm swept out. Hoo-hoo! The bodies of the 5 chess pieces froze. The storm brushed against their bodies and made a rustling sound, shaking the 5 of them away. Hee, you better behave yourself. The elder opened his mouth, revealing his terrifying fangs. Bang bang sounds kept coming from the general's body. His face was twisted and his facial features were squeezed together. Suddenly, the pained expression on his face relaxed. His face slowly dispersed, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. The metallic luster on his body also dimmed. Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha! Yumi laughed wildly. Xianxia, I've destroyed one of your clones. You're like a dragon trapped in a shallow pool today. You're just waiting to be skinned alive. Eft! In the middle of the swamp, the old man on top of the giant deer monster finally reacted. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes, staring at Yumi with a cold light. His gaze was as cold as ice, causing Yumi to shiver. He hurriedly circulated his distant art to suppress the coldness, but he was still extremely shocked. He vigilantly forced a smile and said, Lord Foster Father is indeed a divine transcendence expert. Even after one of his clones was destroyed, he still has such courage. Su Ping was shocked. He flew up to the head of the giant deer monster and said, Sect leader, how are you? Xianxia's eyes were filled with disappointment and pity, which made Yumi feel uncomfortable, and he turned his head to the side to dodge. Xianxia retracted his gaze, and the wrinkles on his face increased. He sighed, I still failed. Man proposes, God disposes. A sharp glint flashed in Su Ping's eyes, but he instantly returned to normal and said, Heaven's behavior cannot be violated. Xianxia nodded, and his eyes turned cold. However, I will never let these ants of the Soul Devourer sect and this old man Yumi off. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was. A beam of light pierced through the ring of stars and appeared in front of Yumi in an instant, his 5 fingers clawing down. Yumi's entire body trembled. His 5 fingers were like giant pillars that held up the sky, stabilizing the world. The elemental energy in the acupuncture points all over his body seemed to have frozen in an instant, and bean-sized cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. Clear! Shi Yuluan shouted as he drew a circle in front of him with his hands. An imprint condensed between his hands and he slammed it down. Mammoth King Gu Technique! Bang! A vast force surged into Long Mi's body and instantly broke through all the shackles on his body. Yumi's eyes glowed as the figure of a giant beast appeared in the sky. Green Sun Ghost Record Art. Yumi's eyes turned green, and the golden soul rushed out of his body. He struck out with his palms. Their powers melded together perfectly at this moment, causing the space in the entire karst cave to spin. Everyone felt an unrivaled, vast power. Yunxiao, who was hiding in the void, was also shocked. He changed his hand seal, and a transparent rune flew out and spread out. He and Chen Yuyu were covered in a layer of dark light, but they were safe and sound under the power of the space turbulence. At this moment, Yunxiao's eyes were white and misty, but there were black spots in the depths of his eyes, which looked very strange. Strange, he muttered in his heart. The power in Yumi's palms pressed forward like an avalanche. Xianxia's eyes shot out a cold light and he shouted, "Unfilial son, you're looking for death." The 5 fingers clenched and grabbed a phantom in the air. The entire storm seemed to slow down, and then it suddenly opened up and slapped out. Boom! Xianxi's palm slammed into the storm and the entire golden soul was deformed. The 2 forces collided. Eft! Eft! Shiyuluan and Yumi both spat out a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying. The 2 of them were extremely shocked, but soon, they revealed a look of ecstasy. Xianxia was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. Ha ha ha! Xianxia, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Yumi laughed wildly as he tried to stop his injuries. There's no need for Lord Sectmaster to act. We alone are enough to destroy you. Xianxia's face turned ashen, and he shouted, "Unfilial son, why did you betray me?" Yumi said coldly, "Unfilial son? Clean your mouth. Who's your son?" Xianxia's expression was unusually ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Back then, I saw that your talent was extremely high, so I brought you back to cultivate. I didn't expect that you'd raise an ingrate." "Ingrate," Yumi said coldly. "Humph, you brought me back to the Myriad Stars Valley because of my high innate talent. If my innate talent was trash, would you have brought me back? Moreover, you planted me in the Soul Devourer sect to do such a dangerous thing. Have you ever considered my feelings?" Xianxia was so angry that his entire body trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, You unfilial son, shut up. This Su Ping is your son." Yumi shouted angrily. What a fair and clean kid. I really don't know what abilities he has to be able to get you to give him a general. I'm not the only one who's unconvinced. I'm afraid no one in the entire Myriad Stars Valley will be convinced." Su Ping's expression was extremely calm. There wasn't a single ripple on his face as he stood quietly on top of the giant deer monster's head. The monster seemed to have been chained up and was in a deep sleep. "Traitor! Why are you finding excuses for yourself?" Martin Xiu said angrily. Yumi's eyes flashed with gloominess and he said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Are you even qualified to talk to me?" Martin Xiu's face turned red and he said angrily, "Shameful traitor! Everyone can scold you. Ha, Lord Xianxia, you indeed lack consideration. With such talent, how could Yumi not be valued in the Soul Devourer sect? But with his cultivation and personality, how could he hide it from the sect leader?" Shiyuluan could not help but laugh. Xianxia said coldly, "What a good plan. Where is Huangfu Bai? Tell him to come out." "There's no need for the sect master to personally deal with you," Shiyuluan said. "We've destroyed one of your clones, and now we've injured you. As long as Yumi and I work together, we can kill you. Ha. Too childish." Xianxia's aura suddenly burst out and pressed down in the air. He mocked, "You're already peak 9-star experts. Don't you understand the horror of divine transcendence? Even if I only have a wisp of my strength left, you can't fight against me." Boom, boom, boom. The air around him rumbled from his aura and swirled around the cave. Yumi and Shiyuluan were shocked and quickly retreated. Xianxia was not stingy with the origin power on his body as he approached the 2 of them step by step. He said coldly, "Since Huangfu Bai is hiding and not coming out, then I'll deal with you 2 bastards first. I'd like to see if he's capable of leaving you in the lurch." "You're the one who's an old bastard who won't die," Shiyuluan shouted. Roar! The roar of his demon soul came from his body. He kicked off in the air and rushed over. His big fist exploded with the pressure and smashed down. Yumi also knew that this was a moment of life and death, so he had to take the upper hand first. However, he was Xianxia's adopted son after all, and his heart was still weak, so he did not have the aura of Shiyuluan. The soul-devouring banner turned in the air and waved in the air. The golden primary soul flew out and opened its mouth to bite him with a strange hee-hee laugh. Small tricks. Xianxia stood up straight and reached out his hand. He immediately received Shiyuluan's punch and was shocked into circles of fist radiance that scattered. Then, his left hand grabbed at the air and a battle blade flew over. The runes on the blade flickered and there were all kinds of formations. A cold light flashed and he casually slashed down. Swish! The sky was instantly split open and the golden soul was instantly split in half. After revealing a shocked expression, it turned into 2 golden souls and rushed down. Humph! Looks like you've also taken the Soul Devourer Sex cultivation technique as your main cultivation technique. Now, I'll let you experience the Myriad Star Valley's ultimate technique. Dao Mei! Xianxia waved his left hand, and the saber emitted a buzzing sound. It shot out countless green rays that instantly bound the 2 golden souls. Shatter! With a wave of his saber, the 2 golden souls were instantly crushed. Ah! Yumi let out an inexplicable scream as thousands of blood pillars burst out of his body. It was as if the power of the blade had cut him. He retreated in the air, his momentum constantly weakening. Shiyuluan was shocked and cold sweat seeped down his cheeks. His fist was caught in Tianxingzi's palm and he could not move at all. The demon soul in his body seemed to be restrained. The Myriad Stars Valley and the Soul Devourer sect had been at odds for countless years. If one were to say that the one who had the most understanding of the Soul Devourer sect's combat techniques and knew the way to crack it deeply in the present world was definitely the Myriad Stars Valley. For countless years, the Myriad Stars Valley's various remarkable abilities and unique skills basically all had restraints against the Soul Devourer sect. I'm going to kill you next. Tianxingzi's eyes turned and landed on Shiyuluan. He raised his knife and a cruel sneer appeared on his lips. Shiyuluan was shocked and his heart sank. He shouted, "I don't believe it!" Under the careful arrangement of the 2 Peak 9 stars, they destroyed the other party's avatar and joined forces to injure the other party. At this moment, they did not have the power to fight back. Mammoth King Gu technique. Boom, boom, boom. An unwilling roar came from Shiyuluan's body as his body enlarged again. The fist that Tianxingzi was holding slowly twisted as if he wanted to break free. The sneer on Tianxingzi's face did not decrease as he slashed down. Just as Shiyuluan's heart sank to the bottom and the danger of death loomed over him. Thinking that he would die for sure, the saber light suddenly changed direction. All the dangerous aura disappeared in an instant, and he felt relaxed. Swish! The saber ray slashed to the side, splitting the sky. A black figure was split in half by the saber light. However, the figure was in a daze for a moment before it merged back together. The saber light seemed to have pierced through his body. As soon as the black figure appeared, everyone immediately became nervous, while the people of the Soul Devourer sect were overjoyed. Sect Master! Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices shook the sky and reverberated throughout the entire cave. Wanxingzi's expression was cold as he gritted his teeth. Huangfu Bai, you cowardly turtle, are you finally willing to come out? The figure had a dark face and 2 white whiskers on his upper lip. He looked like a rich man, but his eyes were powerful, as if there were lightning flashing in them. He glanced at Wanxingzi, then turned to the void and said, Li Yunxiao, Chen Yunyu, come out. Everyone was shocked and followed Huangfu Bai's gaze. Wanxingzi and Su Ping both frowned. Shi Wushuang's body trembled and he looked shocked. The other chess pieces also looked up and looked over. Yunxiao knew that he could no longer hide, so he had no choice but to withdraw the incantation gesture and reveal himself from the void with Chen Yunyu. Wanxingzi was shocked and said, The injuries on your body are terrible. Yunxiao chuckled. Thank you for showing mercy and not killing me with one slap. Thank you for not killing me. Humph! Wanxingzi snorted heavily. Huangfu Bai stared at Yunxiao for a while, then touched his 2 white bangs and said with a chuckle, It's indeed Gu Feiyang's temperament. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that he would possess a connate fetus. He's bold. Yunxiao frowned. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Do you think I'm you when it comes to such evil things? Huangfu Bai's little beard trembled, and a strange look flashed through his eyes as he said, Could it be that he didn't possess an innate fetus? Why are you asking so many questions? It won't do you any good if you know. Huangfu Bai put down his hand and said, All right, I won't probe further into this matter. You've caused such a commotion in the Red Moon City. Why have you come to my Battle Soul Mountain? It's a long story, Xianxia said. I didn't expect to see you fighting each other. I didn't expect both sect masters to show up. May I leave now? Leave? Don't you want to witness such a historic moment? Huang Fubai laughed. Can I leave safely after witnessing it? Xianxia asked leisurely. I'll be the witness, he said. Huang Fubai's eyes flickered with a playful look as he said, That will depend on you. I'm a little stupid, Xianxia said. You'd better be straightforward. Why are you so humble, Brother Feiyang? Huang Fubai laughed. With your intelligence, how can you not understand? Now, my sect's destruction of the Myriad Stars Valley is within the palm of my hand. Brother Feiyang, as long as you stand on my side, you will be safe. It sounds good, Xianxia said after some thought. Gu Feiyang, you're a smart man. Do you believe what you said? Tian Xingzi's face was full of ridicule. Lord Huang Fubai said it so sincerely and sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Xianxia said in surprise. How can you not believe it? Tian Xingzi sneered. You know the answer. Why are you still pretending? Although I'm not familiar with you, I've heard many rumors about you. In addition, you faked your death for 20 years and seized the body of an innate fetus. How could a person who could do such a wise and courageous thing be a fool? Don't forget what Huang Fubai's heaven-grade host soul wants to eat the most. Tian Xingzi, don't try to sow discord between Martial Sovereign Vanquisher and me before you die. Huang Fushang said coldly. We've been friends before. Tian Xingzi sneered. Your so-called friendship is probably just 2 cups of tea together. It's a cup? Xianxia said thoughtfully. It's a cup. Humph. Martial Sovereign Vanquisher. Don't say that I'm not redeeming our friendship. Will you choose to stand on my side? Or will you choose to be my enemy? Xianxia smiled wryly. Can I not choose any of them? Can I just leave? When you immortals fight, we mortals will suffer. That's not up to you, Huang Fuqi said. You're only a 9-stars martial emperor now. If it weren't for our friendship, you wouldn't be qualified to negotiate with me. That sounds really hurtful, Xianxia said. It hurts my feelings. Lord Sect Master, since this Gu Feiyang doesn't care about our old friendship, why should we give him face? Yumi asked. Lord Sect Master has already done his best. You're right, said Huang Fushang. You can take the souls of Martial Emperor Vanquisher and Chen Ningyu. It'll help you improve your bones. Yunxiao's expression remained the same, but Chen Qianyu's face changed dramatically. Her face was filled with anger, and a monstrous killing intent spread out. Yes, thank you, Lord Sect Master. Yumi was overjoyed. His eyes swept over Yunxiao and Yunyang as he said, Shi Yuluan, I'll have to trouble you to help me. A complicated expression flashed across Shi Yuluan's face. If Yumi were to obtain the souls of these 2 people, his strength would probably surpass his. However, he couldn't show his unwillingness in front of the sect master at this moment. Not to mention that Yumi was involved in infernal affairs and played them at their own game. He had made a great contribution to this operation. If they could successfully destroy the Myriad Star Valley this time, his credit would be overflowing. Don't worry. With me here, they won't be able to escape. Shi Yuluan answered vaguely. Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. Alas, the world is really like a game of chess. Master Tian Xingzi, you just injured me. I didn't expect that we would be sharing the same fate so quickly. Bah! Who's in the same boat as you? Tian Xingzi said disdainfully. You're just a 9-stars martial sovereign. What right do you have to share my fate? They're just cannon fodder. That's hurtful, Yunxiao said with a frown. The weak have no human rights, and they are discriminated against everywhere they go. Haha. Since you admit that you're weak, you should accept your fate. Yumi's eyes gleamed with greed, and he could not help but throw out the soul-devouring flag, which swept toward Yunxiao and Yunxiao, trying to devour their souls. Besides, he had seen the general injure the 2 men with his own eyes, and it was impossible for them to fully recover in a short period of time. Although there was no sign of Yunxiao's injury, Chen Yu's face was unsightly, and his internal injuries were all apparent. The soul-devouring banner spread out in the air, and a sinister and terrifying aura rushed toward the two of them. In an instant, the world changed, and it became a sea of hell with wandering ghosts everywhere. Chun Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was extremely shocked. Any warrior would have a natural fear of the soul-devourer sex techniques, except for those in the Myriad Star Valley. Keek. The wandering souls all laughed strangely and flew around the two of them, constantly devouring their Emperor Qi. The golden main soul was standing not far away. Its eyes were shining and drooling. Laugh your sister. Damn it. Yunxiao cursed as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The primordial heavenly eye between his brows opened, and a raging flame shot out. Then he formed a circle with his hands, and a strong wind rose with a faint whistling sound. Great pinwheel! Under the rotation of the astral winds, the flames burst out and instantly burned the entire cave, turning it into a sea of fire. The wandering souls kept screaming and turned into ashes under the flames, annihilating the world forever. Even the golden primary soul screamed with a miserable expression. It jumped around in the fire, wanting to rush in and bite, but didn't dare to. Everyone was shocked as they felt the burning power of the flame. It seemed to have an extremely strong spiritual nature as it kept burning their protective essence energy. Heavenly Phoenix True Flame? Huang Fubai frowned. Yumi's face turned pale. The death of a large number of wandering souls and the discomfort of the golden souls gave him great pressure. Cold sweat burst out of his forehead as he hurriedly said, Lord Shi Yuluan, elders. A few elders were about to take action when Shi Yuluan said, Don't panic. This person's divine flame is extraordinary. Take a good look before you act. My golden soul will be in trouble if I can see it clearly, Yumi said angrily. Shi Yuluan frowned. Lord Yumi, plan before you act. The more you plan, the more you win. These are all ways to deal with the enemy. Yunxiao made a grabbing gesture with one hand, and the black hammer fell into his hand. Then he threw it out with a large amount of lightning. Boom! The lightning directly pierced through the golden primary soul and exploded instantly. Countless lightning dragons blasted toward the cave walls. Eft! Yumi spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying by the backlash. His face turned pale, as if he had suddenly aged more than 10 years. Shi Yuluan was overjoyed and could not help but show a hint of smugness. She pretended to be angry and said, How dare you hurt my soul-devourer sex people? You're courting death. Roar! A beast's roar burst out from his body as if he was infected. The 3 elders of the soul-devourer sect behind him also transformed into demons at the same time, and powerful demonic chi spread out. Bang! Shi Yuluan's body flashed through the sea of fire and appeared in front of Yunxiao, throwing a punch at him. With a sneer on his face, Yunxiao turned the heavenly hammer into a cold sword and thrust it at the fist wind. The sharp sword light pierced through the fist force with a chi sound. Shi Yuluan's entire body trembled. He felt an ice-cold sensation from his fist and a sense of extreme danger welled up in his heart. Bone spikes! He suddenly shouted, and white bones emerged from his fist with a ka-ka sound, like sharp blades. Bang! Yunxiao's brows furrowed as he found that he could not cut off the bone spur with his sword. Shi Yuluan's bone spur turned and blocked his sword. At the same time, he threw a punch with his left hand and shouted, Die! There are not many people who dare to say die to me in this world. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he cast an incantation seal on the sword. With a clang, an infinite sword light burst out, and sword runes filled the sky, forming a sword barrier around him. Danger! Huang Fubi's expression slightly changed as he shouted. He didn't move. Wan Xingzi didn't move either. Everyone knew that once they made a move, the entire cave would collapse and the Battle Soul Mountain would be destroyed. Bang bang! 2 of Shi Yuluan's bone spikes were broken, and the sword will circled in front of Yunxiao before spreading out and heading for the left fist. Boom! With a loud explosion, Shi Yuluan was sent flying back with a blood-curdling screech. Her fist was a bloody mess. Don't be careless. Huang Fubai said, Don't forget that the soul in this body is the 3rd martial sovereign. the #1 swordsman in the world, army-breaking Gu Feiyang. Wan Xingzi's body moved slightly. He seemed to be affected by these words and could not help but pay more attention to the battle. With a mocking look on his face, Yunxiao drew out his cold sword and stepped forward. Although Yumi was gloating, he was a little afraid when he saw Yunxiao's strength. 9 elders attacked together. The 9 men flickered and surrounded Yunxiao in an instant, blocking his way. At this moment, Su Ping was still standing within the star ring. His expression was stern as he said, "Elder Jiao Xiu, Shi Wushuang. It's time for the both of you to devote your lives to the sect." "Yes, only after death." Jiao Xiu's expression darkened, as he and the other 7 loose disciples revealed a determined expression. Shi Wushuang and the other chessboard didn't have any intention of betraying either. Golden light also burst out from their bodies, ready to fight to the death. The atmosphere in the entire cave became extremely tense, and the holy aura that was flowing in the air also froze. Yunxiao stepped forward with his sword in hand and said, "Huang Fu Bai, today you destroyed the Myriad Stars Valley and even extracted my soul. Aren't you too ambitious? Perhaps this sudden decision will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Gu Feiyang. Huang Fushang sneered. "You used to be the most powerful being in the world. No matter how strong your soul is, you only have a body with the cultivation of a 9 stars martial sovereign. What can you do to me? Moreover, I have already made arrangements for you, Elder Chu Lang." He called out softly, and one of the 9 elders responded softly. The old man's eyes were slightly sunken, showing a dark brown color that seemed to be colorless. "Oh, I forgot. With Elder Chu Lang's abilities, it'll be a piece of cake for him to deal with Gu Feiyang," Shi Yuluan said, overjoyed. "Sect Master and Vice Sect Master, you're too kind. I'll do my best," Chu Lang replied. "I'm not trying my best. I must take him down," Shi Yuluan said. "Yes," Chu Lang shouted as his aura surged out in all directions. It was as if countless astral winds were blowing in the cave. However, everyone here was an expert, so they didn't feel anything unusual. However, Huang Fu Bai slightly frowned and said, "This holy qi is so calming. I wonder where it comes from." "You don't need to know," Wan Xingzi snorted. "All right, I'll investigate it later." Huang Fu Bai nodded. After Chu Lang's aura exploded, he suddenly made a hand seal, and a strange rune flew up and spread out. He opened his mouth and a strange breath came out of his mouth. A large amount of green light emerged and a strange-shaped long sword slowly came out. The hilt of the sword was in the shape of a terrifying ghost face, and the body of the sword was both illusory and real, drifting erratically. After spitting out the sword, Chu Lang's spiritual energy was greatly reduced, and his body became somewhat stiff, like a shriveled walking corpse. Only when he held the sword in his hand did his sunken eyes start to glow. One sword to slash the heavens. His long sword danced in the air as Yi Lang and his sword became one, and he charged straight at Yunxiao. There's something strange about the sword, but so what? Yunxiao raised his sword and slashed down with the same heaven-splitting sword. One sword to slash the heavens. The entire space suddenly split open, and a sharp sword chi churned as it slashed towards Chu Lang. Boom! The sword aura pierced through the soul stream sword and directly slashed at Chu Lang's body. The sword radiance passed through his body and shot out from his back with a loud bang. It then shot toward the cave wall, causing countless rocks to fall. Chu Lang's face contorted in pain as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was already heavily injured. "Ha ha!" Chun Yuyu laughed involuntarily and said, "This elder is too arrogant." Just as he was smiling and shaking his head, his smile suddenly froze on his face. He said in shock, "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Yunxiao's body trembled for some reason, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as his face turned pale. It was only then that Chun Yuyu discovered that the long sword in Chu Lang's hand had extended more than 100 feet like a soft whip and pierced directly into Yunxiao's chest. The blade was almost transparent, with strange runes constantly flowing on it. This change shocked everyone except the Soul Devourer sect. Su Ping's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, Soul Stream Sword. This is the Soul Flow Sword technique. What's a Soul Stream swordsmanship? Chen Yuyu asked in surprise. Young Master Yun will be fine, right? He stood with his sword in hand, vigilantly looking around as he protected Yunxiao. Ha! Li Yunxiao has possessed a connate fetus. Now that he's been cut by the Soul Stream Sword, he's dead for sure. Yumi was overjoyed, his eyes bursting with excitement as he shouted, Elder Lang, please don't injure his soul too badly. I still want to eat it. Yunxiao bent over in pain and covered his chest with one hand, his pale lips trembling. Su Ping said, the Soul Stream Sword isn't just a sword. It's a magical power passed down by the Soul Devourer sect. It can condense one's soul into a sword and directly attack or even devour the other party's soul. As long as one strike succeeds, it's almost a sure win. Soul Swan and I, Yunxiao said in a trembling voice. This power is extracting the power of my soul. Huang Fuqi said coldly, although you can merge seamlessly with your physical body by possessing an innate fetus, your soul power is too strong and can't be fully exerted through your physical body. You're like a tiger in a cage. The Soul Stream Sword is the best way to deal with you. There are so many heroes buried in this War Soul Mountain. It's worth it to bury you, Gu Feiyang. Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he desperately slashed at the soul stream in his chest with his sword. But it went through directly, as it was invisible. Chu Lang's zombie-like body began to slowly recover its vitality, and finally had some luster. It's useless. This sword is my soul. It's shapeless and formless, flowing like water. This is the meaning of soul flow. Once the bridge is built, there will be no solution until your soul power is drained by me. Are you saying that the sword itself is your soul? Yunxiao asked. Is it your soul? That's right. Chu Lang nodded. Lord Pajun, I know what you're thinking. You want to counterattack my soul, but that's not realistic. I've been cultivating this sort of soul flow for over 100 years, and I've absorbed countless souls. I've refined it to the point where it cannot cut without a soul. Even a 9th-tier great alchemist can be easily killed by it. Chu Lang, Yumi exclaimed. You've drained him of all his soul power. How am I supposed to eat him? Don't worry, Vice Sect Leader, Chu Lang said. I'm only draining his soul power, not devouring it. You can just take his life yourself later. That's the only way, Yumi said. If the soul power is drained, the soul will still be there. It needs to be fed with a large number of souls. Seeing that Yunxiao had no strength to fight back, Chen Yuyu could not sit still any longer. With a furious roar, she raised her sword and rushed forward. Humph, look clearly at where you are. How can you act so atrociously here? The elder of the Soul Devourer sect clenched his fist and struck out. Boom! A vortex burst out under the wind from the punch. It opened like a barrier and shook Chen Yunyu back. The injuries in Chen Chenyu's body were torn apart, and he couldn't help but spit out blood. His eyes were filled with powerlessness and resentment, and the veins on the hand holding the sword were bulging like an old tree. His body trembled slightly under the great humiliation. Ever since his strength had stepped into the peak of 9-star, he felt that he could already command the wind and clouds, look down on the world, and rarely had any opponents. When Yuan Gaohan sent him to the Red Moon City, although he was one of the 7 superpowers, he was still full of confidence and thought that he was important enough to affect the overall situation of the Red Moon City. However, the result was so tragic that it made people vomit blood. During his second mission, he thought that it was time for him to play a role after getting away from those extraordinary perverts. However, he was seriously injured by the general with a single palm strike. Now he was even more powerless. A casual punch from the elder of the Soul Devourer sect had caused his internal injuries to split open, and he was almost killed on the spot. A huge sense of humiliation welled up in Chen Chenyu's heart. A violent, murderous aura spread through Chen Chenyu's body. His eyes turned red in an instant and the sword let out a long chi sound. Everyone looked at him coldly. With everyone's eyes, they naturally knew that this was the precursor to his Qigong deviation. Calm down. Yunxiao suddenly raised his head and said 2 words. which rang out like a clear stream and shook his heart. Chun Yuyu's body trembled. He wasn't a radical person to begin with, and he immediately recovered from the state of being possessed by the devil. Young Master Yun, I'm really useless. Chun Yuyu was ashamed and resentful. Yunxiao's forehead was covered in sweat, but he still forced a smile and said, "Hehe, it's really useless for a peak 9-star expert to say that. How many heroes in the world would be angered to death by this sentence? We can only say that there's always someone better, and there's always someone better. We can't be complacent, but we can't belittle ourselves either." Your Excellency's teachings are correct. After knowing Yunxiao's identity, Chun Yunyu's attitude toward him became respectful, and she was willing to listen to his teachings. My lord, what should we do now? Although Yunxiao's face was pale, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer as he said, "If a mere soul stream sword could kill me, I would have died millions of times." The last few words were said through gritted teeth. He used a sound wave martial technique that contained a trace of dragon's might. It reverberated throughout the entire cave, deafening everyone. Yunxiao's body trembled, and a transparent shadow slowly rose from his body. The shadow's hand grabbed the soul stream sword. This is a Kasaya. Chu Lang was shocked. His stiff face was filled with shock as he exclaimed, You can directly separate your soul from your body." Everyone was shocked. The soul was one of the 3 major difficulties in the study of the human body. Even the secret skill of the Soul Devourer sect could not make the soul leave the body so easily. The shadow was pitch black and exuded a terrifying power. Even Huang Fu Bai and Wan Xingzi were frightened. The 2 of them were shocked at the same time, and they looked over in disbelief. Just the pressure alone could affect the mind of a divine transcendent expert. It was not something that could be explained by strong. "Leave your mother. In what way do I look like his soul?" The black shadow slowly opened its eyes, and a gaze as sharp as a knife pierced through Chu Lang's body. Chu Lang's entire body trembled, and the soul stream sword showed signs of breaking. "Arg! Yu Yuring Luo." Chun Yuyu's sweat was like rain, and his body trembled. PP Devil Lord Piyu Xianxia. The dark shadow was none other than Piyu, the demon lord. The soul stream sword had pierced Yunxiao's soul, which had also wounded him, and woken him up. Yunxiao was also shocked. He had wanted to use the Great Expansion Divine Technique to devour the soul stream sword, and he was very confident about it. But as soon as he circulated the power of the Divine Technique, the fiend woke up on his own. "Trash, you dare to hurt me." Piyu's face turned cold. A surge of demonic power gushed out and instantly shattered the soul stream sword. Countless black runes rushed in from all directions and covered Chu Lang. Bang! Demon Lord Piyu made a hand seal, and Chu Lang was instantly blown to pieces. Then, he kept performing incantation gestures with both hands, and his whole body slowly rose from Yunxiao's body, as if he was about to break free. Yunxiao was horrified. If the demon escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Walla walla! Suddenly, thousands of golden lights shot out from his chest. The chains of law were activated. Piyu's body froze. The 12 chains of law bound him and he couldn't move at all. Damn it! Those damn chains of laws! Arg! Demon Master Piyu screamed as his body struggled and shot out beams of golden light. However, the seal of the void light became tighter and tighter, slowly suppressing him. His voice became softer and softer, and finally disappeared without a trace. Yunxiao felt as if a huge mountain had sunk into his soul in an instant, shaking his mind and body, and stirring his blood and qi. No one could react in time, and they stood in the sky in a daze. Chu Lang had already been blown into smithereens. Not even a speck of dust remained. The eyes of the remaining 8 elders were filled with shock, feeling that what had just happened was not real. Demon Lord! That's the Demon Lord! Tian Xingzi was shocked and muttered. It is said that in Red Moon City, the world's experts fought with the Demon Master, and finally, under the divine ability of the Sea Emperor, Poron, they successfully sealed the Demon Master in Yunxiao's body. I can't believe it is true. Huang Fu Bai's eyes were also shining, No one knew what he was thinking. Yumi was completely stunned. How could they fight this? With such a fierce demon living in the other party's body. Just the aura alone was enough to make it hard for him to breathe. Let's attack together and take Gu Feiyang down, Huang Fubai said with a grave expression. This buy-in. The few elders all looked at each other, clearly frightened. Don't worry, Huang Fushang said. If the demon master really runs out, the first one to suffer will be Gu Feiyang. He's just a sealed vessel at the moment. This is a great, unexpected harvest. Let's do it all. With his order, no one dared to resist. The 8 elders and 2 vice sect leaders could only brace themselves and attack. The sound was earth-shattering, and the entire karst cave began to show signs of collapsing. At the same time, Huang Fu Biai's gaze also became colder. His figure suddenly flickered and did not disappear on the spot, but his real body had already appeared in front of Tian Xingzi. He took a stance and punched out. The momentum of the fist was very ordinary. It was the simplest tiger subduing fist. It was a lively tiger shape with its neck hunched, head shrunk, eyes wide open, and teeth bared. Tian Xingzi's face darkened, and a never-before-seen solemnness appeared on his face. Even when facing 10,000 real tigers, he would not have such a serious expression. Huang Fu Biai's moves had returned to their original state, and any martial technique he used was not inferior to divine arts. Tian Xingzi raised his leg and kicked at the tiger's claw. His leg momentum was like the wind, and it was extremely simple. It was actually the Arhat leg, one of the basic martial arts techniques. Humph! Huang Fu Bai sneered and seized the opportunity. His 5 fingers flashed with green light and directly stabbed into Tian Xingzi's calf. When his fingers touched the leg, he felt a strong force and couldn't pull it back. Not only that, Huang Fu Bai felt the elemental energy in his body surging and flowing into his opponent through his arm. It was actually absorbing his vital essence. Humph! Childish! Huang Fu Bai clenched his 5 fingers and instantly condensed his Zhan Yuan in his palm. Then he turned his fist into a palm and slapped down. Bang! A ray of light burst out, and a vast amount of elemental energy spread out. Tian Xingzi's leg was sent flying, and his entire body soared into the air. He suddenly spread his arms and used the basic martial technique, white crane unfurling its wings, like a white goose spreading its wings. Huang Fu Bai returned his punch. At this moment, Tian Xingzi's arms were spread out, and his entire body was exposed in front of him without any defense. There were weak points and flaws everywhere. His eyes focused. The more he did so, the more he didn't dare to be careless. At first glance, his body was full of flaws, but they were all integrated into one, and there were no flaws. With a backhand grab, he used the black tiger steel's heart. Tian Xingzi's expression changed. The aura around him was suppressed by the black tiger digging out his heart, and an extremely oppressive force rushed to his heart. He leaned back and kicked out with Arhat leg again. Huang Fu Biai's pupils shrank. Is it really good to use the same move twice? He shouted. The move, black tiger steel's heart, struck the Arhat's leg. Bang! With a huge explosion, Tian Xingzi was sent flying and crashed into the mountain wall, shattering a large number of rocks. On the other side, the people of the Soul Devourer sect and Myriad Stars Valley were also in a chaotic battle. Yun Xiao had suffered a backlash after the Demon Master woke up, and the 12 light seals were completely relying on extracting his power to operate, so he was weakened in an instant. Fortunately, Piu's might was too terrifying, and the strength Yun Xiao had displayed earlier was also extraordinary. So the people of the Soul Devourer sect did not dare to get too close to him. They only tried to stall him by moving around tentatively. On the other hand, Jiao Xiu and Chessboard could not withstand the attacks and were on the verge of collapse after a few moves. Most of the techniques of the Soul Devourer sect were extremely harmful to the soul. Evil ghosts and wandering souls kept pouring into the 5 chess pieces, destroying them from the inside. Soon, the soldier and elephant's souls were eaten, and they stopped moving. All of a sudden, a huge ray of light lit up. Not only did it light up the entire cave, but it was also extremely dazzling. Su Ping stood on the body of the huge deer-shaped monster and made hand seals with one hand. The light of the surrounding star ring suddenly increased by more than 100 times. All of the divine qi surged around him and was absorbed into the sleeping deer-shaped monster. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were attracted to it. Huang Fubai, who was fighting with Tian Xingzi, also glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He could not help but be slightly shocked and said in realization, "So this holy qi is coming from Lu Yan's body. Could it be Xianxia?" Su Ping did not move his hand as he formed a seal with one hand. He was not disturbed by anything from the beginning to the end. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered under the surging holy qi. Suddenly, the seal changed. He opened his eyes and a strange gaze shot out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. 10,000 zhang buried. He formed a series of hand seals and bent his body. He slapped Lu Yan's head and the seals in his palm turned into an array. Voila! Lu Yan's body trembled, and the chains around him rattled and swayed in the cave. The holy qi that filled the sky poured into Lu Yan's body and was absorbed in an instant. A surge of demonic qi suddenly spread out. Lu Han opened his lantern-sized eyes, which glowed with a scarlet light. He slowly opened his mouth and exhaled. Roar! A powerful aura of death suddenly erupted, and the entire cave shook. The entire space seemed to have frozen, and everyone instantly felt suffocated. It was as if their entire bodies and even their blood vessels were covered in dust. Their vitality seemed to have been taken away in an instant, and a layer of scabs formed on their skin. Boom! As Lu Yan exhaled, the star ring around Su Ping also dispersed and bombarded the four sides, completely shattering the entire cave wall. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The entire cave caved in and the mountain collapsed. Looking down from above, the entire mountain range of Fighting Spirit Mountain seemed to have suddenly broken and directly collapsed into the ground. An amazing air of death gushed out from it and scattered in all directions. The faces of the Green Foal mercenaries, who had been guarding the foot of Battle Soul Mountain, turned pale with fear. No longer caring about the deterrence of Yunxiao and the others, they ran like crazy. Zuochang was also wailing at the top of his lungs. He cried and scolded. What did those fiends do? The entire mountain range was destroyed. Kuan threw out a piece of wood the size of a finger. It turned into a towering tree in the air, exuding a strong vitality. This is a Kasaya? Zuochang asked in surprise. Don't worry about it, Kuan shouted. If you don't want to die, follow me. He was the first to jump onto the giant tree, and his face, which had already turned gray, regained some color. The giant tree exuded a strong life force, but it was also being devoured. Soon it would become a dead tree. The Green Cult mercenaries did not hesitate any longer and jumped onto the giant tree. The tree glowed with a green light as they quickly escaped from this land of dead ashes. The Battle Soul Mountain collapsed and there was no life within 1,000 miles. Everything became dead silent and gray. Above the collapsed ruins, a huge deer-shaped monster stood upright. Its horns were like towering trees. It was the giant beast Lu Yan. Its eyes were like two red lanterns hanging high in the air. Lu Yan was like a statue, standing there quietly, not moving. On top of its head, there was a ball of holy qi, which was incompatible with the surrounding deathly qi. Su Ping stood calmly in the holy qi, his eyes clear as water as he looked at the two blurry figures not far away. The two of them were still in the same position as before the mountain collapsed, looking at each other vigilantly. However, Huang Fubi's expression was the same as when he first appeared. On the other hand, Tian Xingzi's face was full of fatigue, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Voila! A piece of broken rock was lifted up. An array of light shot up into the sky. Walla walla! Then, the sound of stones breaking and rolling could be heard everywhere. There was a continuous stream of light flying into the sky. It was the martial artists. Not a single one had died in the landslide. However, other than Shi Wushuang and Chu Che, the other martial artists' expressions changed slightly as they circulated their origin power to resist the deathly gray qi. Everyone's eyes turned to Yunxiao at once. The water energy of heaven and earth had directly separated the air of death and ash from entering his body, causing everyone's eyes to turn red. Xianxia did not care at all. Instead, he looked at the giant deer in surprise and said, "Is this a demonic beast born from the mutated earth element?" "Yes." Su Ping nodded. "This beast would have been a rank 10 true spirit if the ancient world hadn't changed. Now it's only at the peak of rank 9. His tone was filled with emotion. Everyone's heart trembled, and their faces revealed shock. A peak 9-star demonic beast was already close to divine transcendence. Moreover, such a huge demonic beast emitted a deathly gray chi that made people feel nauseated and uncomfortable. If it was coupled with its powerful combat strength, it was enough to affect or even reverse the entire battle situation. The faces of the Soul Devourer sect's disciples turned pale, and their expressions turned grave. Xianxia laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha! Huang Fu Bai. You only know that I want to use this deer armor to heal my injuries. You don't know that my other purpose is to subdue this deer armor and make it my myriad Star Valley's mountain guardian divine beast. Now it's time to test my power on you." Huang Fu Bai looked over, his eyes glimmering. No one knew what he was thinking. "Lord Sect Master, I really didn't know about this," Yumi replied in a panic. "Xianxia, you old fogey. You actually hid such an important matter from me," he rebuked angrily. Xianxia was so angry that he shouted and gritted his teeth. "After I kill Huang Fu Bai, I'll skin you alive, pull out your bones and light a sky lamp." "That's a good idea," Yumi sneered, "but you have to save your own life first." Xianxia looked at him coldly, the corner of his mouth raised in ridicule, as if he was looking at a dead man. This made Yumi's heart tremble, and he had a bad feeling. Under Su Ping's control, Lu Yen suddenly opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. A Saturn ring suddenly shot out, and a vast power crashed out like a wall. Boom! The Soul Devourer sect's people were caught off guard, and the dust that filled the sky surged over, penetrating through all holes. The star ring's power ruthlessly hit their bodies. The 8 elders and the 2 vice sect leaders were instantly knocked back dozens of feet, and all of them were covered in a deathly gray chi. Martin Xiu, who was far away, was shaken by the deathly gray chi. He retreated 1,000 feet with a shocked expression. Although Xianxia was protected by the natural water energy, the aftermath of the collision had consumed his energy very quickly. Anyone would have a headache if they were to face such a demon beast. Boom! Lu Han stepped forward, and every step he took caused dust to rise into the sky. He couldn't see within a radius of several thousand feet, and even his divine sense was greatly suppressed. He could only sense around 10 feet. The only thing that could be used as coordinates were Lu Han's 2 big red eyes that were like copper bells. Swish! 2 sharp beams of light suddenly shot out from the red eyes and struck an elder of the Soul Devourer sect. A single step to the heavens. The elder was shocked, but he calmed down in an instant. With a shout, he used a movement technique to fly up and avoid the 2 red lights. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the deathly gray chi in the surroundings gathered together and formed a ring of stars in the sky, which then fell down and tied the elder up like a dumpling. What? The elder was shocked. The extremely corrosive power of the earth element poured into his skin, instantly petrifying his meridians. Boom! The 2 rays of red light from the eyes hit the elder's body and exploded into countless pieces. They had all turned into stone. The others were shocked. The elder's skin and meridians were almost petrified when he was bound by the Saturn ring. The moment he was blown to pieces by the red light, the earth element power also petrified the pieces of his body. The power and speed were unimaginable. "Quickly retreat! Be careful!" Shi Yuluan shouted in alarm and retreated a few hundred feet to avoid becoming the next target. The rest of the elders were also shocked. With such terrifying power, an existence at the same level was killed instantly without any chance to fight back. How could they fight? Xianxia was shocked as well. Although Lu Han's strength was extremely strong, it was not enough to threaten him. The most terrifying thing was that all the earth elements in the world were under his control. To put it bluntly, Wu Tian had almost become his personal barrier. Huang Fu Bai also noticed this, and his face finally revealed a serious expression. Lu Han's eyes turned to him, and a red light shot out of them. An identical ring of Saturn condensed from the surroundings and locked on to Huang Fu Bai. Huang Fu Bai slapped out a tiger-subduing fist. Before the Saturn ring could fully condense, it suddenly condensed and exploded with a bang. The two red lights hit nothing. Huang Fu Bai had already dodged the attack. Just as he steadied himself, a fan-shaped light beam fell down and split the sky. Bang! Huang Fu Bai's two fists joined together and smashed forward, shattering the fan-shaped formation. Tian Xingzi's figure was revealed, and his palms pressed down from the sky. Boom! A halo bloomed between the two of them, shooting in all directions. At this moment, Lu Yen raised his head, and his two horns turned black as he pushed forward. Boom! A huge rock was formed in the sky, and it was thrown towards Huang Fu Bai. Humph! Huang Fu Yen ignored the huge rock and said coldly, "Do you think that one more demonic beast will change the outcome? This is simply ridiculous." Countless rays of golden light burst forth from his body, and the space around him seemed to freeze. Tian Xingzi's expression changed drastically. The golden light had an endless suction force that seemed to want to pull his soul out. In his shock, he struck out with his palms and immediately shattered the suction force. Retreating, the jagged rocks in the sky crashed into the golden light and disappeared. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he thought in his heart. What? If it wasn't spatial transfer, could it be Wufu? Everyone trembled as they stared at the golden light, which gradually condensed above Huang Fu Bai's body and finally condensed into a dark golden skull, emitting a terrifying aura. Heaven-grade golden soul gold whisperer. Tian Xingzi's expression was grave, and he said, "Has he finally appeared?" "Tisk. You're talking as if you've been waiting for it." Huang Fu Xian chuckled. "As if you have a way to deal with it." The golden whisperer's eye sockets suddenly emitted green flames with a chi sound. It was actually very spiritual, as if it had extremely high intelligence. In the distance, the faces of the soul devourer sex people turned pale, as if they felt uncomfortable under the suppression of this heaven-grade golden soul. "Huang Fu Bai, why have you summoned me?" Gold Speaker asked directly. Yun Xiao was taken aback. Ordinary primary souls were completely under their master's control, but Huang Fu Bai's golden soul seemed to be on the same level as him, and judging from the faces of the elders of the soul devourer sect, it seemed to be a matter of course. He thought to himself, could it be that the host's soul will gain its own intelligence after it steps into the heaven class? "Help me kill Tian Xingzi and this deer-like giant beast," Huang Fu Shang said. The flames in the golden speaker's eye sockets flickered a few times, as if he was observing something. He said, "It's actually the master of the Myriad Stars Valley and the demonic beasts born from the foul land of Nine Nether. Speaking of which, isn't Wutian, where the foul land of Nine Nether is located, the territory of our soul devourer sect? The filthy soil of the netherworld." Yun Xiao was taken aback. This must be the culprit behind the strange environment in Wufa. Huang Fu Yun said, "It's Tian Xingzi who coveted my soul devourer sect's item and forcibly took this beast away. Fortunately, I was prepared and beat him at his own game. Now is the best time to destroy the Myriad Star Valley in one fell swoop." "Oh, there's such a thing." The flames in Gold Whisperer's eyes burned even more. "Good. I'll help you eliminate this man and beast." Countless golden runes spewed out of Golden Speaker's mouth and filled the sky. The entire deathly gray gas was completely isolated, and golden light spots were everywhere. "It's a swan and I." Yun Xiao was taken aback. He saw that the space he was in had turned into the shape of a huge skull, and the golden speaker seemed to be the master of the world. "What?" Su Ping's face darkened as he shouted, "Earth-shattering!" Lu Han opened his mouth and roared. The entire skeleton space trembled, and countless deathly gray chi gushed out of his body, attacking the spatial power. Gold Speaker said in a cold tone, "From the filthy lands of the netherworld? What a pity. It was originally a pretty good pet." As soon as he finished speaking, the skull space began to move. It opened its eerie mouth and bit Lu Han directly. As if the sky was pressing down on him, a huge scream came out of Lu Han's mouth. How is it? Can it be devoured? Huang Fubai was overjoyed. Let's try, Gold Speaker said. Tian Xingzi was shocked, and his hands formed hundreds of incantation seals that rotated around his body. Suddenly, a round profound level weapon flew out and turned into a Dharma wheel. It started to spin under the sky full of runes. Boom! The wheel turned with difficulty, and the space trembled. Su Ping's expression was stern. He formed hand seals with both hands and slapped them on Lu Yan's head. Violent earth elemental star rings blasted out continuously, attacking the spatial mouth. Boom! Boom! Under Tian Xingzi and Su Ping's joint attack, the golden speaker's face became distorted. What? Chun Yuyu was shocked. Is that wheel tadpole the legendary space-time wheel? You're thinking too much, Xianxia said. The space-time wheel is a legendary item that can reverse time and space. How can such an abnormal thing exist in the world? Even if it's true, it's most likely a holy artifact. The item in Tian Xingzi's hand is called the Void Magic Wheel, which is also an imitation of the space-time magic wheel, but its power is on a completely different level. That wheel is detestable, Huang Fubai shouted. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a soul-devouring banner appeared. He threw it over. The soul-devouring flag was silver in color, and it flew above the Dharma wheel like a bolt of lightning. It then struck down. Bang! The streamer hit the magic wheel directly, but it didn't shake it off as if it was sticky. Huang Fubai made a hand seal and the soul-devouring banner was activated. Immediately, an endless murderous aura surged and pressed down, as if it had the power of an entire world. Boom! The void magic wheel trembled and almost couldn't hold on any longer. It stopped spinning completely. Without the Dharma wheel's void power, Lu Yan's body trembled and half of it was bitten off by the spatial mouth. He could barely hold on. Tian Xingzi was shocked, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Not far away, Golden Speaker also flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Tian Xingzi appeared on Lu Yan. Before he could stabilize his body, a golden light rushed up from under his feet and shot toward his body. Tian Xingzi snorted coldly. His long robe waved, and a few needle-like radiances shot into the golden light. The dazed golden light was fixed in place and turned into the appearance of Golden Speaker. He showed a painful expression and screamed, "Exquisite jade needle!" The needles were dark green in color, and they were like nails that were nailed into the golden skull. It was as if a few freckles had grown on the smooth and lively face, causing the entire face to be distorted. Tian Xingzi sneered, "Although this nail can't cause you any real harm, it can easily trap you for a while." In a flash, he appeared on top of Lu Yan's head and made a grabbing motion. The void Dharma will shook the soul-devouring flag away with a clang and flew back with a buzzing sound. It expanded in the air and split the space of the mutated skull in half. Boom! The entire distorted space instantly returned to normal, and Lu Yan broke free. She seemed to be bursting with boundless anger as she opened her mouth and spat out several star rings. Roar! Roar! Bang! 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 The star ring crashed into Gold Whisperer's body, and the golden luster weakened, turning dim. Lu Yan strode forward, causing the earth to rumble. Huang Fubai frowned as he felt the deathly gray qi coming towards him. He raised the soul-devouring banner and launched it in the air. The world was changed and a sun and moon emerged in the sky. The Pangu flag! It's the Pangu flag! Xianxia was slightly surprised. It was said that the soul-devouring banner of the sect master of the soul-devouring sect was not refined by himself, but inherited. When he inherited the position of sect master, he had used the Pangu banner to devour the original soul-devouring banner. Inside the Pangu flag there was the sun, the moon, and the rivers. Although it was not a holy weapon, it was still a world with infinite power. Tian Xingzi shouted and sent a seal into the Dharma wheel in the void. It immediately grew to several acres in size and was about to open this world. The power of the two profound level weapons continued to rise. It was as if two worlds were colliding with each other, giving off a violent roar that was constantly heard. Su Ping placed one hand on Lu Yan's forehead, while his other hand kept changing hand seals. Lu Yan's body seemed to have begun to disintegrate, turning into circles of deathly gray qi that spread out. In the blink of an eye, 5 huge tornadoes, which were as large as flood dragons, were seen rippling in the air, roaring and rushing towards Huang Fubai. Huang Fubai's face was cold. He drew a circle in front of him with his hands, which suddenly turned into 5 tiger claws. With a long roar, he rushed out and grabbed the 5 tornadoes. No matter how they struggled and roared in the air, they could not break free. The air of death filled the sky, but the Pangu flag trembled slightly. The essence of the sun and moon sprinkled down, and all the air of death dissipated instantly. The world inside the flag returned to a clear and bright sky. Xianxia's forehead was covered in sweat as he continuously sent incantations into the Dharma wheel in the void, colliding with the entire world. It was obvious that he had reached the most intense moment. After Lu Yan broke down the 5 tornadoes, his body shrank by more than half. Su Ping kept making hand seals with both hands, and his lantern-like red eyes became as bright as gemstones, emitting a cold luster. Low roars came from Lu Yan's body. Then, he slowly raised his 2 front hooves and his whole body froze. Su Ping's hand seals also stopped. 2 fingers of his right hand formed a seal, and his entire body began to tremble slightly. It was obvious that the power of this move was too great, and he was a little unable to control it. Xianxia glanced over from the corner of his eye and said in joy, "Are you done?" "It's done," Su Ping said. "Good. Let's join forces and take his life." Xianxia revealed a maniacal smile and said, "Haha, Huang Fubai. Let's see how you can resist our combined attack." He waved his hand, and the Dharma will flew to the top of his head. The entire space twisted, and the heaven and earth inside the Pangu flag seemed to be torn apart. Huang Fubai's face darkened. The 5 tiger claws around him were still holding the tornado tightly. He made a hand seal with both hands, and the golden speaker also recovered from the pain and flew into Huang Fubai's body. Suddenly, a golden light gushed out of his body. He put his palms together and his body began to grow. His entire body glowed with golden light, like a giant in golden armor. He exuded an unparalleled aura of ferocity. "This is the Swan and I's soul battle technique?" Xianxia was taken aback. Among the techniques of the soul-devouring sect, one could only choose to cultivate either the soul battle technique or the soul-devouring banner, and he had never heard of anyone who could combine the 2 techniques. Even Xianxia's face was filled with horror, as if he had not foreseen that the other party would have such a move. He shouted and took down the void wheel. The entire space froze, and the oppressive atmosphere reached its extreme. Everyone held their breath as large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. It was as if a life-or-death strike was about to descend. The entire world lost its light and lost its color. Huang Fubai's eyes shot out a sharp light and the corners of his mouth curled up as if he was sure of victory. He raised his fists and suddenly slammed down, shouting, "Cloud-shocking dancing wind art!" A beam of golden light shot out from his hand, and the sun and moon in the Pangu flag gushed into the golden light. It was as if an infinite golden squall had opened, sweeping across the heaven and earth and threatening to destroy the world. Xianxia's expression turned serious as he also felt the huge pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, "If we attack together, he has no chance of winning." Void slash. The Dharma will left his hand and flew out in an instant, making an ear-piercing sound. Everyone's eardrums were in pain. The sky in front of them was directly cut open. The Pangu flag was sent flying from the sky with a bang. Then, the Dharma will cut directly into the golden light. However, the golden light was too domineering and sharp. The moment the void will cut in, there was a strong backlash. Xianxia's body swelled up, and his vital qi surged out. His strength had already reached its limit as he shouted, "Hurry up and attack!" Su Ping's expression turned grave, and his eyes became as clear as water. At this critical moment, he entered an absolute silence. He raised his hand and clapped, sending a seal into Lu Han's head. Bang! A ring of holy qi spread out. Lu Yen roared loudly. His red eyes turned dead gray and the color was terrifying. The foul energy of the netherworld. Boom! A terrifying aura gushed out of Lu Han's body and seeped through his eyes, about to shoot out. Bang! 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 At this critical moment, a chain-like explosion came from Lu Yan's body, and his huge body collapsed. The terrifying foul chi of the netherworld burst out of his body and damaged his own body. Boom! Lu Yan's body was directly annihilated. He was enveloped by a layer of gloomy gray chi and completely collapsed. What? Everyone turned pale with fright as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The sudden change at this life and death moment made everyone unable to react at all. This is impossible. Xianxia roared madly. His voice was filled with endless despair and unwillingness. Although the foul chi of the netherworld was powerful, it could not hurt him due to the distance. The key was that his void will could not withstand Huangfu Bi's cloud-shocking dancing wind spell. Ift, ift, ift. Xianxia's aperture acupoints kept exploding, and blood gushed out. Bang! The Dharma wheel finally couldn't hold on any longer and directly exploded in the golden light. The golden light sprinkled down like moonlight and instantly swallowed Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia was blasted into a bloody mess, and his entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this decisive scene with different expressions. After this move, the whole world became quiet, as if the victory and defeat had been decided. Huangfu Bi's golden color returned to normal, and his face turned pale for the first time. It was obvious that the move just now had consumed a lot of his energy. The Pangu banner had also lost its luster. It was held in his hand and tapped on the ground like a walking stick. Diao Xiu's body trembled as he muttered, "Impossible, impossible. How could it suddenly self-destruct? Could it be that the heavens want to destroy my myriad stars valley?" The vice sect leader and elders of the Soul Devourer sect were overjoyed. All of them were extremely excited. The battle between the two sects, which had been going on for countless years, had finally come to an end on this day. They were the witnesses and participants of this historical moment. "Ha-ha! Xianxia, you still want to kill me? I'll feed your soul to my soul-devouring banner." Yumi laughed wildly, his face twisted. "And your closest disciple, oh no, that guy is definitely your illegitimate son. He's also finished with you. Ha-ha! The Myriad Stars Valley has no successor and has been completely annihilated. Ha-ha-ha!" Yunxiao frowned as he looked at Lu Yen, who had fallen to the ground after the self-explosion, with a strange look on his face. The previous explosion seemed a little strange, not like an accident. Cough, cough, cough. In the ruins, Xianxia's trembling body slowly struggled to stand up. His body was covered in blood, and his physical body had been damaged to the point that it was difficult to repair. His vitality was constantly flowing away, and he had aged 100 years. "Xianxia, do you have anything else to say now?" Huang Fushang asked. Xianxia's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you're not as good as me, you can kill me if you want. It's just that man proposes but God disposes. If it wasn't for the failure of the last move, today's outcome would have been rewritten. Man proposes, but God disposes?" Huang Fu Bai stroked his little beard, gave a weird smile and said, "Do you really think that Lu Han's sudden self-destruction was an accident?" "What?" Xianxia was shocked. Looking at Lu Han's broken body, he couldn't help but shiver and said, "Could it be, Zhenjin? Zhenjin? Yumi, why don't you do the talking?" Huang Fushang said. "Hee." Yumi's face was dark, and he sneered proudly, "Old man, I've already planted a trap in Lu Yan's body. The final move of extracting the foul chi of the netherworld will definitely fail." You coward." Xianxia was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only spit out large mouthfuls of blood, and with every mouthful of blood, his aura weakened a little. The mighty lord of a generation was in imminent danger at this moment, like an old man who could die at any moment. The light was constantly disappearing. Ha ha ha! Don't even mention the trap inside Lu Han's body? Yumi laughed triumphantly. Even if it's this Lu Han, if it weren't for the sect leader's design and arrangement, do you think that such a shocking demonic beast would be born in the foul land of the netherworld out of nowhere? What? Xianxia was shocked. This Lu Han, not bad. 10 years ago, I heard that you suffered from chi deviation and were seriously injured. You had to find an extremely powerful Earth-type demonic beast to heal your injuries. This plan has been in motion since then. The sect master had calmly made arrangements to use the foul soil of the netherworld to refine such a demonic beast and set up a trap within the period of time, waiting for today's situation. Old man, in order to kill you, we have been making arrangements for 10 years. It's not like your so-called man's plan is not as good as God's plan. You didn't die in vain. Xianxia was completely stunned and muttered to himself, "No wonder my healing failed. Even if you didn't destroy my avatar, I could feel that it was impossible to succeed. It was all a scheme." Yunxiao's brows furrowed, as if he had something on his mind. The elders of the Soul Devourer sect also looked at each other. They did not expect the ambush to be so far away. They could not help but be frightened. Fortunately, they were on their side. "Xianxia, you and I have been good friends for many years," Huangfu once said. "Do you have anything else to say? Explain yourself to your 18 generations of ancestors." Xianxia cursed. Huangfu Bi's face turned cold as he snorted and said, "A loss is a loss. You're cursing and swearing on the street. Where's the imposing manner of a mighty lord? Fine, I'll take your life now. From now on, the Myriad Stars Valley will become history." He walked forward step by step, and every step he took was in the air, creating waves under his feet. Martin Xiu and the other 7 loose cultivator were completely powerless. They staggered a few times and directly sat on the ground. They had clearly been resigned to their fate. Even Shi Wushuang and Chu Che stood there in a daze, their faces filled with confusion and not knowing what to do. The Soul Devourer sect's elders held their breaths as well. Their faces were filled with excitement as they witnessed this historical scene. Swish! All of a sudden, a beam of light appeared out of thin air and appeared in front of Huangfu Xian silently. Then a punch was thrown. Huangfu Bai was inexplicably shocked. That punch was extremely powerful and its power was not inferior to his. He quickly dodged and dodged the attack. The shocking fist radiance suddenly shook in the air and turned into a golden talisman. With a poochie sound, it started to burn. The shocking power dissipated from the flames and disappeared without a trace. What? A fist-like talisman? Huangfu Bi's heart suddenly sank, as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. The so-called fist-like talisman was a talisman that incorporated the fist intent of a punch into it, allowing people to feel the existence of the fist intent during cultivation. It was a very common talisman, but it was very rare to create a fist-like talisman that could create such a shocking power. Swish! Just as Huangfu Bai realized that something was wrong, a dagger pierced through his chest from the back and came out from the front. Ah! This swan and I. This sudden change stunned everyone, and they couldn't react at all. The people from the Soul Devourer sect were petrified on the spot. Their mouths were wide open, and they had completely lost their ability to think. They were like statues. Although the newcomer had relied on sneak attacks and tricks, how many people in the world could injure the sect leader of the Soul Devourer sect with sneak attacks and tricks? Yunxiao was shocked as well. His eyes shone with a 7-colored light as he stared at the man behind Huangfu Bai. He felt that there was a faint layer of mist around the man, making him unable to see through it. Huangfu Bai's face turned extremely unsightly. He lowered his head and looked at the dagger in his chest, then said with a trembling voice, "Soul Slayer Blade." "Yes, I am." A calm voice came from behind him. It was as quiet as the echo of a deep valley, empty and without a trace of human emotion. "Su Ping." Yumi suddenly screamed as if someone was strangling his neck. His hands trembled as he covered his face, as if he couldn't believe it. The rest of the people had the same expression, their eyes almost popping out. Yunxiao gradually narrowed his eyes, as if he had come to a sudden realization. but there was still a look of surprise in his eyes. Huang Fu Bi's body trembled under the dagger, and he said with a trembling voice, "Even if you have Soul Slayer blade, you can't hurt me. You're definitely not a 20-year-old youth. Who are you?" There was a hint of fear in his voice. "You guess." Su Ping's answer was only these two cold words. His face was like a glacier that would not melt for thousands of years, and he rarely revealed any expression. Cough, cough. Ha, ha, cough. Tian Xingzi couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was extremely proud, and his laughter became louder and weirder. The life force in his body was disappearing at a visible speed, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he was very happy and said, "If the Soul Devourer sect can die because of me, this old man will be enough. Lord Sect Master, this old man will take his leave first." Ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter suddenly stopped, and Tian Xingzi's body stiffened. He finally lost his vitality. "What? Sect leader? You, Yuring Luo." Huang Fu Bai couldn't believe it and turned his head with difficulty. Under Su Ping's tender and calm appearance, there was a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. Su Ping looked at Tian Xingzi's body and calmly said, "Rest in peace, my substitute for 100 years, my brother Tianyu." Everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The words of Su Ping revealed a huge secret, and it was so shocking that everyone present could not come back to their senses. "No, impossible, impossible." Yumi suddenly shouted, "You're lying. I've been in the 10,000 Stars Valley for so long, but I've never heard of any Tian Yuezi. Su Ping, what tricks are you playing?" These were all strange techniques that would not work. Only the final strength was the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Tian Xingzi is already dead, so don't even think about turning the tables with your little tricks. His voice was hysterical. Although everyone agreed, they all had a bad feeling and knew that things had changed greatly. Su Ping didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, a gash suddenly appeared on his face, and then it split open in all directions uncontrollably. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of cracks on his body, and he slowly shattered in the air. A small piece of skin floated out of his body, and then thousands of pieces of skin fell off one after another, flying away like dandelions. A face that was exactly the same as Tian Xingzi from before appeared. His eyes shot out a biting cold light that seemed to penetrate everyone's heart. A domineering aura silently spread out. As soon as this face was revealed, everyone immediately believed it without a doubt. They all trembled in fear and retreated. Especially Yumi, he was so scared that his legs went soft. Under Tian Xingzi's cold gaze, he almost knelt down. Sect leader. Diao Xiu was also completely dumbfounded. He did not know that Tian Xingzi had a brother who was a substitute. He instantly came to a realization. No wonder Tian Xingzi thought so highly of Su Ping. It turned out that Su Ping was the true Myriad Stars Valley's sect master, Tian Xingzi. Tian Xingzi's eyes were cold and emotionless. He was so calm that he didn't seem human. Huang Fu Bai, I have to say that your intelligence is very high, but it's a pity that 10 years ago, I suffered a chi deviation and was seriously injured. It was all set up by me. I didn't expect you to be able to set up such a trap. You're quite talented. Huang Fu Bai's face turned pale. The Soul Slayer was an extremely special, profound level weapon. It was extremely difficult to forge and was used to kill people's souls. However, with his cultivation level, an ordinary Soul Slayer saber would not be of any use at all. This saber, however, was clearly very extraordinary. Tian Xingzi said, "This saber was forged 10 years ago and has never been revealed. Everything was for today's battle. But unfortunately, the moment it was revealed, victory and defeat were already decided. As the traitor said, you didn't die in vain because of my 10 years of planning. You knew about Yumi's betrayal long ago?" Huang Fu Bai gritted his teeth and asked. Tian Xingzi said coldly, "I know he's playing the game of infernal affairs. He wants to obtain the greatest interest from the two factions. However, I've been waiting for him to make his final decision. Just now, he had already made his choice. This has also determined his fate. Yumi's body trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Although Huangfu Bi's expression was pained, he still forced a smile and said, Xianxia, you really didn't let me down. If I had died just like that, I would have been a little disappointed. Xianxia's brows furrowed and he snorted disdainfully. You speak as if you can turn defeat into victory. It's true that you won this round, Huangfu Shang said hideously. But do you think that you can kill me with a mere soul slayer? I don't think you have any way to escape from this blade, Xianxia said. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The soul slayer blade in his hand seemed to be fixed in place by something. It was as solid as a rock and could not be moved. A layer of golden light covered the blade, and at the same time, Huangfu Bi's entire body was flashing with golden light. Xianxia was shocked and said, How is this possible? Your heaven-grade golden soul is only a soul, so it should have been injured by my soul slayer saber. How come it's fine? Huangfu Bi's face gradually twisted and his expression kept changing. In the end, it turned into a cold look. A huge golden hand stretched out from behind him and grabbed the sword. The giant hand and the golden light that covered the sword merged into one, and the face of the golden speaker appeared behind Huangfu Bi's head, with a cold and murderous look in his eyes. Impossible! Xianxia was shocked. The soul slayer saber could not move. He did not dare to be careless and immediately formed a hand seal with his left hand and slapped it towards the back of Huangfu Bi's head. The face of the golden speaker, the golden whisperer, was furious. It roared and stretched out its left hand. The Pangu flag appeared in its hand and it struck out. Boom! A terrifying force exploded from the middle and directly hit the two of them. The Soul Slayer was constantly being pulled out of Huangfu Bi's body while producing an ear-piercing grinding sound. Xianxia attacked again and again, and in an instant, countless palm prints appeared in the surroundings. They continued to hit the barrier of the Pangu flag. Golden Speaker's entire upper body had completely left Huangfu Bi's body. He directly held the Pangu banner to form a barrier. Under the tens of thousands of palm techniques, it was getting harder and harder for him to hold on. Meanwhile, Huangfu Bi's body was constantly trembling as cold sweat rolled down his body. His face was extremely pale as he circulated his yuan energy to force Soul Slayer out. Xianxia drew a circle in front of him with his palm, and countless runes surged in the air to form seals. Thousands of palm techniques instantly converged into one, forming the shape of a Dharma wheel, which slammed down. Boom! The Pangu flag emitted countless rays of light as the power of the enchantment was broken. Boom! Finally, Gold Whisperer could not hold on any longer. Huangfu Bai was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Soul Slayer was also thrown out of his body. Xianxia's move succeeded, and the Soul Slayer saber in his hand turned into countless saber shadows. A sharp blade light soared into the sky, and then slashed down like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens, splitting the entire universe. Boom! Heaven and earth crumbled as the saber light chased after Huangfu Bai and finally cut him down. Bang! The golden light on Huangfu Bi's body was instantly dispersed and blood spurted out. He was sent flying and disappeared in the air. The entire world fell silent. The faces of the Soul Devourer sect's disciples turned pale, and their palms were cold. They felt as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. They were all stunned and could not react to the reality before them. Xianxia carried Soul Slayer saber and carefully stepped in the air, not daring to be careless. Although he had successfully stabilized the situation and injured his opponent was not only one of the most difficult people to deal with in the world, but also one of the smartest people in the world. Any carelessness in the details could turn the situation around. Waves of ripples spread out from under Xianxia's feet, shaking in all directions. It was an extremely advanced detection technique that could sense everything through the subtle changes transmitted by the ripples in the air. After taking 5 steps, he put his feet together and stopped. He frowned and said, I didn't expect the Soul Devourer sect's sect master to be so good at escaping. No one can find him once he hides. There was no sound in the surroundings. Obviously, Huang Fu-bai would not be provoked by his words. Xianxia said, "Since that's the case, I'll kill all of you elders first. Without these peak experts, the Soul Devourer sect is just a shell. It's only a matter of time before we are exterminated." "Haha! Annihilate your entire clan?" Xianxia, "Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Shi Yuluan sneered. "For countless years, many people have tried to destroy my Soul Devourer sect, but have they ever succeeded? Not to mention your myriad stars valley. Even the world might not be able to do it." Xianxia sneered. "The world? The one who thinks too highly of himself is your Soul Devourer sect, right? The world today is already turbulent. You, who have always been in a corner without any desire to improve, should have long been annihilated by the tide of the times. If Red Moon City can be destroyed, so can the Soul Devourer sect. Since you're so ignorant and fearless, I'll start with you." He turned around and Soul Slayer saber slashed down from the sky. The saber ray tore through the air and shattered the sky and earth. Shi Yuluan was greatly shocked. His figure suddenly retreated and a powerful force bloomed from his body. He gathered it in his fists and punched out. "Everyone, let's attack together. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly defeat all of us." Boom! The wind from the fists was immediately cut apart by the saber radiance, and a sharp saber chi directly penetrated Shi Yuluan's body. There were no injuries on his body, but his face turned pale in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. That powerful big demon state directly deteriorated, and the light in his eyes became a little dazed. Yunxiao was taken aback. Xianxia's Soul Slayer had directly injured Shi Yuluan's own soul and the demon soul he had fused with. For the Soul Devourers, who relied on soul power to fight, this Soul Slayer was a nightmare. The other 8 elders and Yumi also attacked at the same time. Everyone understood that this was a life and death moment, and they could not afford to be careless. Moreover, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he couldn't fight against so many experts at the same time. As soon as the 9 of them attacked, the whole sky was turned upside down, and the air of death soared into the sky. One of the elders clenched his fingers and picked up the remains of Lu Yen on the ground, forming a storm that swept over. "Chariot!" Shi Wuxia shouted. "Here!" The emperor's gaze turned cold, and a gunshot shot into the sky. His entire body turned into a cold light as he charged towards the remains of the deer spine. Bang! He became one with his spear and pierced through the storm. His metal body was unaffected by the death energy, and he roared as he shot toward the elder like an arrow. "Die!" The elder's eyes widened in anger. His move had been destroyed, and he was extremely angry. He cupped his fists and struck out. Bang! The 2 of them collided, and a terrifying energy storm was created. Chu Che seemed to be determined to die. Braving the cold storm, he shouted as he advanced, his war spear once again stabbing forward. "What the hell is this? Go to hell!" The elder was furious and threw another punch at the vortex. At the same time, he was shocked. The impact of the storm between the 2 was too strong. His physical strength was in pain, but the other party was brave and fearless. Swish! The battle spear pierced through layers of energy barriers and stabbed into the wind created by his fist. Bang! A golden light burst out, completely engulfing the 2 of them, and they were both sent flying. Martin Xiu, the other 7 loose disciple, and Shi Wuxia also attacked in an instant. Each of them was determined to face death, and they each blocked an elder of the Soul Devourer sect. Even so, the remaining 5 people joined forces to attack Xianxia. That power was like a wave that swept over from different directions and was endless. Everyone knew that it was a matter of life and death, so they were all very alert and poured in all their life's knowledge. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and his figure flashed. A blade light slashed out from the gap between the 5 people's joint attack. With a hong sound, the 2 people closest to him were shaken away and a path was cut open. His figure flashed and he rushed out. Boom! The 5 people's joint attack missed, and at this moment, because of the heavy injuries, that 7 loose child was ultimately no match for the other party. After letting out a miserable cry, his soul was directly drawn out by the other party and absorbed into the soul-devouring banner. Martin Xiu roared in grief and anger. He was also forced into a dangerous situation. "Don't stop! Take his life!" Yumi let out a loud cry and rushed over first. The soul-devouring banner slammed down, and countless souls poured out. Tian Xingzi's face was full of mockery. "You are just a bunch of martial arts ants. You are so arrogant. No matter how much I can't defeat you, how can you kill me?" Soul Slayer waved in front of him, and a blade light slashed out, turning all the souls into smoke. The blade light cut into the soul-devouring banner without any reduction in power. A scream was heard as Yumi's primary soul escaped. He was also affected by the backlash, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. More than that, a kind of fear spread in his heart. When he saw the disdainful sneer at the corner of Tian Xingzi's mouth, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes, he only felt his whole body turn cold and couldn't help but shiver. The 5 of them were able to force Tian Xingzi to retreat not because they could fight him together, but because Tian Xingzi was afraid of Huang Fubai, who was nowhere to be found. Boom! A ray of light exploded in the distance. The Emperor's carriage was finally no match for the Elder. The Elder of the Soul Devourer sect had injected his power into the Emperor's body, shattering his soul and killing him. The Elder was covered in blood and anger. After killing the Emperor's carriage, he continued to punch the puppet's body several times, smashing it into the ground. Shi Wushuang's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. She was the only one left in the entire chessboard organization. She and Martin Xiu were the only ones left in the Myriad Stars Valley. Martin Xiu was also constantly retreating and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He could die at any moment. "Hurry up and clean up the last 2 pieces of trash. Let's attack him together," Shi Yuluin shouted. After a short period of rest, he gritted his teeth and took the lead. He couldn't be weak now, or it would be troublesome if Tian Xingzi broke through them one by one. He also understood that the key to victory still lay in Huang Fubai. They could only continue to attack and create trouble for Tian Xingzi, causing him to reveal his flaws. Tian Xingzi furrowed his brows. He wanted to save Martin Xiu, but the moment he moved, he was attacked by a few people. He had no choice but to retreat. "Gu Feiyang, help my Myriad Stars Valley. Otherwise, if I'm defeated, you won't be able to escape this calamity either." Under the siege of several elders, Tian Xingzi looked at Yunxiao with a solemn expression. Yunxiao and Chun Yuyu seemed to have nothing to do with it. They watched quietly and kept adjusting their injuries. Yunxiao, who had fully recovered, chuckled and said, "Sir, you think too highly of me. The strength of these elders is not below mine. If I act rashly, I'm afraid I'll already invite disaster." Tian Xingzi continued to dodge and block casually and said coldly, "Why are you still pretending? With your soul and the Devil Lord, will Huang Fubai let you go? And these 2 things are useless to me. If Huang Fubai doesn't die, you'll be in big trouble." Yunxiao rested his chin on his hand and said, "I see, that makes sense. However, I'm not that stupid to risk my life for my lord and offend the most terrifying force among the 7 superpowers, the Soul Devourer sect, with just a sentence." "State your conditions," Tian Xingzi said. In the distance, Martin Xiu's consciousness was already blurry and he was completely defeated. At this juncture, Tian Xingzi would agree to any harsh conditions. Yumi and the others were anxious and kept attacking, trying to force Tian Xingzi to attack, but he only dodged and didn't attack, preserving his best state. "It's very simple," Yunxiao said. "I'll help you at this moment. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, the Myriad Stars Valley must help me complete one thing." Tian Xingzi frowned. "Why don't you tell me what you want? As long as it's not too much, I'll definitely agree to it." "It's very simple," Yunxiao said. "I have to do my best to ensure my safety as long as I don't die." "It's that simple?" Tian Xingzi asked. His tone was filled with suspicion. "It's that simple," Yunxiao said seriously, looking very sincere. Tian Xingzi no longer hesitated and immediately said, "All right, no problem. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, the people of the Soul Devourer sect were furious and continued to attack. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and cut Xianxia in half. Then, the golden speaker appeared with a cold face. "Ah, my lord!" Chen Yunyu was horrified to see Xianxia being cut into pieces. With a horrified look on his face, he drew his sword and slashed at the golden speaker. Swish! Chen Yuyu's sword passed through the golden speaker's body, as if it had hit nothing in the water. Gold speaker's face turned around and stared at him coldly, his deep eyes flashing with ghostly fire. Bang! Ah! Chen Yuyu suddenly screamed. His entire face was injured by the explosion without any warning, and it was a bloody mess. Kiki! Gold speaker laughed weirdly. The soul of a peak 9 stars martial emperor is a great tonic. His figure moved and was about to head towards Chen Yunyu when a green light suddenly shot into his body and exploded. Boom! Ah! The golden whisperer let out a miserable cry as countless thunderbolts came out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. They gathered in the air and turned into Yunxiao's figure, who looked at him with a cold and mocking expression. The golden whisperer's shape was deformed by the explosion, and it kept twisting and shaking in the air, roaring repeatedly. "My lord, are you all right?" Chen Yuyu asked in shock. "This is not enough to hurt me," Yunxiao said. "Huang Fu Bai, you're underestimating me too much." His eyes shot out 7 colored rays of light as he looked over and said, "No wonder Tian Xingzi couldn't find your true body. You were actually swallowed by your own host soul." Gold Whisperer's expression changed. His eyes flashed with anger and his willow. The wisp jumped. Bang! A space in front of Yunxiao exploded, and a layer of water-like defense appeared in front of him. It was squeezed down, but it could not hurt his body. Boom! In the distance, Tian Xingzi slapped away the people who were besieging him, and Soul Slayer blade instantly came down from the sky. Gold Whisperer's face flickered. He gave Yunxiao a fierce glare, then turned and disappeared. Boom! The sky was split open, but it hit nothing. Tian Xingzi arrived in an instant, and his eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Where is he?" "Don't be angry," Yunxiao chuckled. "I'll help you find him." He formed a hand seal with one hand and his eyes turned blood red. A strange light shot out from his moon-like pupils. The entire space was distorted, and the surrounding scenery kept changing. Everyone turned pale with fright and was on high alert. A green light emerged 1,000 feet in front of Yunxiao's eyes and gathered into a large net. It swayed up and down as it was about to close, and as it pulled, a golden light emerged and pulled the golden speaker into it. What? Everyone was shocked, and even Gold Whisperer and Tian Xingzi found it hard to believe. Gold Whisperer even roared, "Damn Gu Feiyong! Kill him!" He spat out a cloud of golden qi, which burned a big hole in the green net. It turned into a golden light and rushed out. "You still want to leave?" Tian Xingzi was already prepared. He made a hand seal and slashed out with Soul Slayer in pursuit. It seemed to have locked onto the golden speaker's aura, and no matter how it penetrated, it could not escape the power of the blade. The Gold Whisperer turned around and its body grew in size. It grabbed the Pangu banner and opened it. Bang! The blade light was sucked into the house and exploded, causing countless screams. A large number of Yin souls were destroyed. Gold Whisperer's face was livid. He gave Yunxiao a murderous look, then disappeared again. Tian Xingzi had already slashed out a second time and could only cut down an afterimage. He shouted in anger, "Old man, come out!" Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, "I'll force him out." He formed a hand seal with one hand and disappeared in a flash with the cold sword. Suddenly, a sword light shot up into the sky. The golden speaker's body flickered under the sword beam, and his eyes were full of surprise. He was now 100% sure that Yunxiao could indeed track him, and he shouted angrily, "Die!" The golden figure flashed and several golden lights shot out. "You can't determine life and death with your mouth." With a sneer, Yunxiao patted the sword with one hand, and a barrier of sword energy was opened. Bang, bang, bang! The beams of golden light broke through the enchantment and struck the ice sword, forcing it to retreat. Xianxia suddenly appeared in the sky and slashed down with Soul Slayer. The golden speaker didn't dodge, but looked up coldly. Swish! The blade directly hit his head and cut down. Yaya! Arg! Gold Whisperer screamed in pain. Its body kept changing until it lost its face and turned into a pure golden light. Soul Slayer saber suddenly stopped, as if it had been greatly hindered. Xianxia's brows furrowed, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. The ball of golden energy flickered continuously, like a melted pearl. Suddenly, it shrank and spread along the sword like water. Xianxia slapped his palm on the sword, and with a clang, the golden light was scattered, and the blade returned to its original state. His left hand kept forming hand seals and patting the saber. Beams of cold light shot out and disintegrated all the golden light. After the golden light retreated, it condensed not far away and formed the shape of a skull again. It opened its mouth and spat. Boom! He actually spat out a fist intent. Xianxia sneered, and the saber light turned and slashed down. Boom! The fist intent was blasted away, and suddenly, a hand seal burst out from the fist intent, revealing Huangfu Biai's entire body. He made a hand seal and slapped down. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly blocked it with his saber. Bang! 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 Huangfu Bai struck out 3 seals in a row, all of them landing on the blade. Every time he struck, a green light would emerge, as if something was flashing and disappearing into the blade. Xianxia frowned and slashed again with Soul Slayer. Bang! This time, Huangfu Bai grabbed the Pangu banner and blocked the attack. The 2 profound level weapons emitted a bright light. Xianxia's heart jumped, and he said in shock, "What? You were just—" The corner of Huangfu Biai's mouth rose as he sneered. "I just used a divine ability to seal your Soul Slayer blade. Let's see how you're going to defeat me now." There were indeed 3 green marks on the blade, like a picture drawn on it. Xianxia's expression darkened, and his left hand slammed toward the few imprints. Humph! Huangfu Bai sneered, and the Pangu flag was slapped over. "Do you think I'll let you break the seal?" The golden speaker rushed into his body. The power of the Pangu flag was extremely strong. It swept through the air as if the entire world was crashing down. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. He could only change the move of his left hand at the last minute, form a seal, and hit the blade. Suddenly, the blade light burst out and slashed out. Bang! Under the impact of the 2 forces, they were almost evenly matched, and the shock forced the 2 of them to take 3 steps back. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly. His initial advantage had suddenly been lost, and he was extremely anxious. He could feel that Soul Slayer was constantly being corroded by the seal. If he couldn't break it soon, he would be in trouble. However, Huangfu Biai's continuous attacks left him with no chance. In the distance, Martin Xiu and Shi Wushuang were no match for him, and they both died in the hands of the Soul Devourer sect elder. This made Xianxia furious and upset. The 2 elders who had succeeded immediately ran over to help Huangfu Bai. Yunxiao was also in danger at the moment, and the other 8 elders rushed at him at the first moment. With the 8 of them joining forces, even the peak of his previous life did not dare to underestimate them. At this moment, he no longer had any intention to fight. He said to Chun Jiu, "Let's go." "Leave? The biggest joke ever." "Stay," Yumi shouted coldly. He threw his soul-devouring flag at Yunxiao, and his primary soul flew out to bite him. The other 7 people also used their own unique skills, their faces cold. Yunxiao turned and took a step into the distance. Then his figure turned into a bolt of lightning and began to sway. Bang! Several fist winds came, and he exploded in an instant, with lightning shooting in all directions. "What?" Everyone was shocked, and one person said, "That's the true body. Don't worry. Stop them all." Another elder shouted. He patted the soul-devouring banner in his hand, and countless ghosts rushed out to bite the lightning. That's a good idea." One of the thunderbolts stopped and turned into Yunxiao's figure. He looked at the ghost chasing after him in surprise, then shattered it with a slap of his hand. The elder laughed wildly as he waved his soul-devouring banner. Countless ghosts instantly gathered and condensed into a huge golden soul above Yunxiao, which then bit down. Gulp! Yunxiao did not retreat or dodge, but was directly eaten by the soul. Ah! Chun Yuyu was dumbfounded again and exclaimed, "Sir, please!" After the golden soul devoured Yunxiao, the elder was overjoyed. He threw out the soul-devouring banner and kept making hand seals to put the golden soul back into it. Ha ha ha! Gu Feiyang's soul is mine. The elder's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the soul-devouring flag in his hand. Yumi's face darkened and he said coldly, "Although you've taken Gu Feiyang, the sect master's intention is very clear. This soul is for me." The elder immediately became wary. He blocked the attack with the soul-devouring banner and sneered, "Give it to you? What a big joke. Do you think you are the sect master himself? Give it to you? To think that you can think of that, humph!" Yumi was furious and was about to explode. Suddenly, with a bang, the soul-devouring banner exploded. A sword chi rushed up and cut the elder in half. Ah! The elder only had time to scream before he was beheaded. Behind the sword beam was Yunxiao's figure, who stood upright with a mocking smile on his face and said, "Accept me? To think that you can think of that, humph!" Yumi was also shocked, but his eyes lit up in the next moment. He threw the soul-devouring flag at the elder's corpse and shouted, "This is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it from me." A few elders' eyes also lit up. After looking at each other, although they were extremely dissatisfied, they still suppressed their inner emotions. The primary soul in the soul-devouring flag flew out and swallowed the elder's golden soul. Then, it flew towards the elder's body with a cold light in its eyes and passed through it in an instant. When it came out, the golden soul bit another soul. It was the elder's soul. It was struggling in the golden soul's mouth, but it was useless. It was eaten in an instant. Ha ha ha! Yumi laughed wildly, his eyes shining. After his golden soul ate the elder's soul and golden soul, it grew stronger immediately. The previous decadence and weakness were swept away, and even Yumi's own condition seemed to have recovered. The rest of the elders of the Soul Devourer sect were mostly dissatisfied and angry. It was not that they thought it was cruel, but they were just angry that Yumi had taken all the benefits for himself and did not share any of it with them. It was not uncommon for people to devour each other's souls in the Soul Devourer sect. "What a disgusting man," Yunxiao said with a frown. "Humph. This is the Soul Devourer sect's rule of survival," Yumi said coldly. "You don't eat others, but others will eat you." His hands kept forming seals and sending them into the golden primary soul. He shouted, "It's your turn now, martial sovereign vanquisher's soul. Become a part of my main soul." At this moment, the golden soul was extremely arrogant. Its body was a faint dark golden color. It bared its fangs and claws as it charged forward. Unhurriedly, Yunxiao performed a thunder incantation with one hand, and a thunderbolt appeared in his palm, which then turned into a green beam and spread out. Boom! The ball of green lightning exploded and turned into a realm that trapped the golden soul. Countless lightning turned into dragons and blasted in from the outside. Bang, bang, bang! The golden soul in the small thunder world was constantly distorted and roaring. The gloomy aura of its whole body was completely dissipated by the bombardment of the green lightning. In the end, it directly curled into a ball and floated inside, motionless. With Yunxiao's current strength, apart from Chomujia who could fight him, there were few who could match him. After the lightning dragon shattered the layer of golden light, Yumi also suffered a backlash, and his face paled as he yelled in anger, "Everyone, let's attack together. What are you waiting for?" The rest of the elders had cold expressions as they turned their heads away. Some of them didn't even bother to hide their shrugging and mockery. "It seems that you are not popular," Yunxiao said. "In that case, I'll follow everyone's wishes and send you to the west." He made a hand seal with one hand, and a purple light suddenly appeared in the green lightning. An ancient Maha character flew out from it and exploded with intense golden light. "Not good. Yumi's heart trembled as he felt a great sense of danger. He quickly cast a few incantations into the soul-devouring banner. The ball of golden light that was trapped by the green lightning trembled and tried to return to its skull form. However, the moment it opened its eyes, the green lightning exploded. Boom! A destructive force rushed in all directions. The golden soul was smashed into pieces by the lightning. Yumi also felt like he had been hit in the chest by a heavy hammer. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, which was mixed with the fragments of his internal organs. It was as if all of his essence energy had been sucked out. He could not stand still in the air, and after taking a few steps back, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. His aura was dispirited, his eyes were dull, and his whole body was listless. This thunderous explosion shocked everyone. They immediately woke up from their daze. Now was the time for a life-and-death battle, not an internal battle within the sect. In the distance, Huang Fubai and the two elders were fighting hard with Xianxia. They had to quickly take down Yunxiao and send him over as reinforcements. "Let's kill him together," Shi Yuluin shouted. The other 5 elders didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. The thunder art Yunxiao had just used had shocked them. He had killed Yumi, who was full of blood and devil energy, so easily. If they were to fight him alone, no one would be his match. A cold light flashed in the eyes of one of the elders. He extended his soul-devouring banner and flew directly towards Yumi. Yumi's eyes were filled with shock. He opened his mouth wide and wanted to scream, but the moment he used his chi, blood rushed into his throat, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, in extreme fear and panic, he was swept away by the soul-devouring flag without any resistance. When Shi Yuluin saw this, his brows furrowed, but he did not say anything. Soon they relaxed. The elder seemed a little embarrassed and chuckled. Vice Sect Master Yumi has already lost his golden soul and will not be able to recover his strength for the rest of his life. Why don't you use some of your remaining heat to nourish my soul-devouring banner? A few soul combat skill cultivators looked at him with disgust and coldness. Even within the soul-devouring sect, everyone kept a respectful distance from soul-sucking cultivators like him. He was not popular. Cut the crap. Let's take down Gu Feiyong first and we'll talk about it, Shi Yuluin said expressionlessly. Yes. The elder heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one had any objections. After all, he had devoured the vice sect leader, which was suspicious of insubordination. He immediately became even more energetic, and killing intent burst out from his body as he sent a palm strike. With the 6 of them working together, Yunxiao was forced to retreat. He laughed and used his thunder movement technique to fight back and forth. Chun Yuyu could only stand aside anxiously, cursing himself for being useless. But after a while, he found that Yunxiao was not in danger every time, and the 6 men could not hurt him at all, so he was relieved. Shi Yuluin was furious. Lord Pajun, you're a man with an indomitable spirit and a world-shaking reputation. How do you look like a titled martial sovereign? She shouted. Do you want us to laugh at you? Yunxiao laughed mockingly. Shi Yuluin, you are the deputy sect leader of the Soul Devourer sect. Although you are not famous in the world, a few people know you. You are already an adult, but you are still trying to provoke me in such a childish way. Don't you feel ashamed? Humph, my lord, you have a sharp tongue. But that doesn't change the fact that you're timid, afraid to fight, and cowardly. Shi Yuluin continued to mock. Yunxiao sneered. No matter how you provoke me, it won't change your young IQ. If you can anger me with words, do you think I can still live until now? Shi Yuluin's face darkened. Knowing that there was no point in goading him further, she could not help but feel anxious. If the 6 of them couldn't defeat him even when they joined forces, it would be very difficult. Since Gu Feiyong is not willing to fight him face to face. One of the elders suddenly said, then let's ignore him and join forces to kill Xianxia. Shi Yuluin's eyes lit up and she said, yes, we don't care about him. Let's just kill Xianxia and let him dodge. The 6 of them stopped their attacks and all headed toward Xianxia. Yunxiao was taken aback. This was indeed a smart move, as it had forced him to make a move. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. The moment the 6 of them flew over, he felt a dangerous aura. No matter how strong he was, he could not stop these people from joining forces. He immediately shouted, "Gu Feiyang." "Don't panic," Yuanxiao said. "I'll do it." He braced himself and thrust his sword forward, charging into the battlefield. In a one-on-one fight, he was no longer afraid of anyone below divine transcendence. However, if he were to face these elders of the Soul Devourer sect together, he might not be able to win even if he were to face them head-on. Huangfu Biai's eyes were filled with great joy. He had gained the upper hand. With a wave of his long robe, he disappeared from where he was with a flash of golden light. Xianxia's expression changed, and he became extremely vigilant. However, under the joint attack of the 8 elders, he could only use all his strength to deal with them. Over here, Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a beam of sword chi suddenly shot out and stabbed into the upper left side of Xianxia. Swish! As the space was pierced, a golden light flashed and Huangfu Biai's traces were revealed. In his anger, he blasted a powerful palm force towards Xianxia. "Humph! A coward who only knows how to hide and ambush." Xianxia sneered coldly as he swept Soul Slayer across. The blade drew out a water-like light, and a shadow appeared. It opened its arms to embrace the palm. "That's the Soul Slayer Saber Spirit?" Huang Fuqi was shocked. He had clearly sealed the body of his opponent's saber, so why did the Saber Spirit appear? However, he didn't have time to think too much at this moment. A transparent chill came over him. The Saber Spirit seemed to want to attack his soul. He hurriedly withdrew his palm force and disappeared in a flash. The Saber Spirit missed and fell back into the saber. Xianxia was furious and used several moves to knock back the people around him. He shouted, "Coward, come out!" Shi Yuluan sneered. "Lord Xianxia, stop shouting. You can't even win against the 8 of us. You still want to fight the sect leader? Dream on." "Xianxia," Yuanxiao suddenly said, "do you have a chance of winning against these 8 people?" Xianxia frowned and snorted coldly. "A group of ants, I can easily kill them." His words were a little too conceited, and Yuanxiao knew that he was bluffing. But the man had the Soul Slayer saber, which was specially designed to counter the Soul Devourer sect, so he might be able to withstand the attack. If that's the case, then you deal with these 8 people. I'll stall Huangfu Bai. I have the moon eyes, so his escape technique is ineffective against me. After you've killed these 8 people, come and help me. What? Xianxia was startled and looked at Yuanxiao in disbelief. The 8 elders were also stunned for a moment, and then sneered. "Do you really think you're still the martial sovereign vanquisher?" Yuanxiao's figure flickered as he thrust his sword toward a certain spot in the void and said, "Do it! Don't waste time!" Bang! A huge golden hand appeared in the void and slapped the sword away. Huangfu Biai's gloomy face was revealed and he said coldly, "Gu Feiyang, you're courting death step by step. There's no way out for you. Don't blame me for not taking our old friendship into account." He took a step out of the void and shouted, "The 8 of you deal with Xianxia. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't kill him, then come back after I kill Pujuan." The golden hand rose again and slammed down at Yuanxiao like the top of a pagoda, trying to suppress one side. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to go up and save her, he immediately felt attacks coming from all directions. In a rage, he swept his saber horizontally, and the saber spirit instantly transformed and circled around him. Boom! Although a few of them were already injured, the combined attack of the 8 people was still earth-shattering, and even Xianxia found it difficult to withstand it. He was directly shaken until his chi and blood churned, and the blade light flashed under the seal. Not far away, Huangfu Biai's palm fell like the lid of a pagoda, pressing down on Yuanxiao and making him unable to dodge. His body was constantly pressed by the power, turning into a golden light as his physical strength burst out. Yuanxiao's face was gloomy as he made a grabbing gesture in the air. 4 colored rays of light emerged in his palm, and the Tusita heavenly peak was held in his palm. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're divine transcendence. I used to be one. He smacked the mountain and immediately flew toward the palm. Bang! The Tusada heavenly mountain flew into the palm wind and crushed the golden light. What? Huang Fuqi was shocked. He felt a vast force rising into the sky, and he could not suppress it with his palm. No, it wasn't that he couldn't suppress it. Huang Fubi's eyes were filled with horror as his palm force collapsed instantly under the four-colored mountain peak. The terrifying and unparalleled feeling spread out and almost destroyed everything. Soul Battle Technique Dragonfish Transformation. He hurriedly retracted his hand, but the Tusada sky peak had already pressed down. All the space was compressed to the extreme, making it impossible to dodge. He could only rapidly form hand seals with both hands. The golden speaker instantly became one with him and struck down with an incantation seal. Boom! The seal landed on the Tusada heavenly peak and shook the mountain. However, the seal also disintegrated instantly, turning into countless butterfly-like golden lights that danced. Under the dazzling light, Huang Fubi gave a muffled groan and his body seemed to shake slightly. Then, he retreated 30 feet and returned to his original appearance, staring at Xianxia coldly. The Tusada heavenly peak flew around in the air and finally fell back into Xianxia's hand. The power of this attack shocked everyone in the distance. Xianxia and the 8 elders were in a daze for a moment, unable to react. However, it happened in an instant. The 9 of them were all experts of the current generation, and it was extremely rare for them to be distracted by external matters in a battle of life and death. After each of them relaxed their breath, they continued to fight. When Huang Fubi saw the mountain disappear in Yunxiao's hand, he said, "It seems that you've also obtained a lot of opportunities in the past 10 years. Was that mountain peak a saint artifact?" Yunxiao laughed. "You'll have to guess it yourself." Huang Fubi's pupils contracted. "I heard that several holy weapons appeared in the Battle of the Red Moon City. You have one as well. Is that true?" "That's your own guess," Yunxiao chuckled. "I'll let you guess. Don't think that you can make up for the gap between you and me just because you have a chance." Huang Fubi burst into a rage and said, "You were once a divine transcendence expert. You should know that that kind of power can't be made up for by chance." I understand, Yunxiao said with a smile. "I understand. Thus, I'm only delaying you and buying some time for Xianxia. TSK. What a joke." A sneer emerged on Huang Fubi's face as he faintly glanced into the distance and said leisurely, "Do you think Xianxia can win?" Yunxiao was also a little worried. It's indeed hard to say. Although Shi Yuluan and the other elders were injured, their strength was still there. If the 8 of them joined forces, no one in the world would dare to say that they could win. To put it bluntly, the 8 of them are stalling for time for me. "I will deal with Xianxia after I kill you," Huang Fuqi said with a sinister smile. He pointed his long, withered finger at Yunxiao, and a cold gleam flashed across his sharp claws. Swish! The sky was split open, but Yunxiao's expression remained unchanged as he clenched his hand and punched out. With a bang, a bloody gash appeared on the tip of his fist, but it healed on its own in the blink of an eye. Huang Fubi's pupils shrank, his face darkened, and he said coldly, "Imperishable golden body? That's up to you," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You have to guess it yourself." "You're looking for death." Huang Fuqi gave a furious roar, grabbed the Pangu flag, and attacked. The space kept spinning as the streamer danced, and in an instant, Yunxiao was sucked into it. His body was instantly shattered by the spinning force, turning into countless bolts of lightning. Taking advantage of the momentum, Yunxiao kept increasing the power of the thunderbolts, and the azure thunderbolts all over the sky were his body. Huang Fuqi sneered, "I can't believe you've formed a 5-element spirit body. You're really something. However, it's useless." Boom! The Pangu flag struck directly into the spinning thundercloud, and the whole world was filled with explosions. The lightning quickly gathered to resist the power of the Pangu flag. 2 hands of green lightning condensed and grabbed the Pangu banner, trying to pull it out of the thunderclouds. Yunxiao's body also condensed around the Pangu flag, his eyes cold. It's useless. The difference is too great. Huang Fu struck out a seal. The Pangu flag shook and shattered the two hands. A golden beam of light broke through the lightning, and the golden speaker emerged, opening its mouth and biting at Yunxiao. Go on. Let's see how much you can eat. Yunxiao took a deep breath as his body swelled up, and his right fist turned into the size of a millstone as he threw it at the mouth of the gold whisperer. Boom, boom, boom. The violent lightning struck the golden speaker's mouth, and it flowed in continuously. Ha! Gold Whisperer's face twisted for a moment, but it immediately returned to normal with a hint of contempt in its eyes. Yunxiao frowned, feeling that his attack had turned from active to passive. At this moment, his right hand was bitten by the enemy, and he could not retreat. Not only were the thunderbolts filling the sky, but even his thunderous body was being sucked in. Absorb, absorb, absorb. The Golden Whisperer's body continued to expand, while Yunxiao's body began to twist as he was swallowed bit by the other party. You just destroyed a soul-devouring flag and the golden soul inside it. Huang Fu laughed and said, Do you have the ability to kill my golden speaker? Yunxiao was shocked. The Golden Whisperer seemed to have an infinite power in its body that could devour the world. His power of thunder was like water entering the sea, completely disappearing without a trace. Open your eyes and see if you have the ability, he said coldly. The thunderous hand grabbed in the air and four-colored radiances shot out. The Tusita peak reappeared and spun continuously under his palm. A powerful earth element power spread out. Not only was the golden light in the surroundings scattered, but the dead gray air in the entire world was also touched. Yunxiao's body suddenly stopped moving, as if it had been frozen in place, and the Golden Whisperer could no longer absorb it. Go to hell, you demon! With the power of spirit in his palm, his 5 fingers clutched the mountain peak and smashed it towards the Gold Whisperer. Soul world, open! Huang Fu suddenly cast an incantation gesture with one hand, threw the flag away and gave a loud shout. Suddenly, the world changed, and the sky was filled with dancing in souls. The Pangu flag flew toward the Tusita peak, and with a sweep of the flag, the 4 colors were immediately absorbed, and the entire peak disappeared in a flash. What? Yunxiao trembled in horror. The Tusita peak could be said to be the heaviest object in the world. It was enough to stabilize rivers, mountains, and the universe. No one could shake it except for the power of spirit. This was the first time it had been taken away by the other party. The Tusita peak disappeared in an instant, and the suction force from the golden speaker's mouth grew stronger. Yunxiao could no longer hold on, and his entire body was sucked in. Absorb, absorb, absorb. The wind and clouds in the sky were all swallowed by Golden Whisperer. It closed its mouth and its body turned into a huge golden fatty. Huang Fu's face lit up with joy, and he immediately waved his hand and took back the Pangu banner. As soon as the 5 fingers touched the banner, they were shocked by a powerful force. In his shock, he hurriedly circulated his origin power and clenched his fist tightly. However, his expression was extremely ugly. What is that mountain peak? Even the foul soil of the netherworld doesn't have such a vast earth elemental power. Huang Fu's face was gloomy. Although he had the Pangu banner in his hand, he could not feel the vast force, which made him feel like he could not move it. Gold Whisperer, go kill Xianxia. I'll subdue that mountain first. Huang Fu pondered for a while and made a decision. The Tushita Heavenly Mountain suppressed the entire soul world within the Pangu banner. At this moment, not only was the Pangu banner useless, but it had also become a burden. He sat cross-legged in front of the Pangu flag and unleashed a few halos with his hands to cover the flag, allowing it to spin in front of him. Fatty Jean turned around and flew towards Xianxia. His speed was extremely slow, and he stopped after flying a few times as if he couldn't fly. What's going on? Huang Fu frowned. He was shocked. Could Yunxiao still play some tricks in it? Gold Speaker was completely different from ordinary gold souls. When the soul-devouring banner was cultivated to the highest level, it would be the primary soul of heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The golden speaker was an existence that transcended these 4 levels. Moreover, it had been passed down from generation to generation in the soul-devouring sect. It was impossible to cultivate it to this level by relying on one's own strength. Even if Xianxia was a divine transcendence, he would still have to digest it. Besides, if the Tusita Peak had not been sucked away by the Pangu banner, Huang Fubai might still be a little afraid, but now he was not worried at all. "What's wrong with you?" Huang Fubai asked. Gold Whisperer's expression was strange. He looked at his fat body and said, "I can't digest it." He stretched out his hand and touched his belly. Suddenly, a seal appeared and floated above his belly button. Bang! The seal suddenly shattered without any warning. "What?" Both Gold Whisperer and Huang Fubai were shocked. Then, ancient Maha characters gushed out of Gold Whisperer's body, penetrated through it, and floated in the sky, slowly condensing. "This is Lao AI." Huang Fubai's pupils shrunk. He instantly gasped a cold breath and shouted out in shock, "Lao AI? What are you doing?" "The Maha Ancient God Technique." "Ah!" Golden Speaker's mouth was also wide open, and he was completely stunned. Then he shook his head even more vigorously. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Maha Ancient God's technique has long since ceased to exist in this world. This should be the Great Soul Derivation Technique." "How is that possible?" Huang Fubai exclaimed. "Isn't the Great Soul Derivation Technique the highest cultivation technique in our Soul Devourer sect?" The Golden Speaker's expression was grave. "Back then, the first master who refined me was fortunate enough to witness the Great Expansion Divine Technique once. However, he was unable to fully master it. He could only rely on his own talent to forcefully memorize the Divine Technique. After that, he modified it through various techniques and created the Great Expansion Soul Refining Technique of the Soul Devourer sect." He looked in shock at the divine art that was forming in the air. The ancient characters flickered in the air as he said in a trembling voice, "This Tao Wu seems to be the complete Great Expansion Divine Technique." Huang Fubai looked at the constantly changing ancient characters of the deity tier spiritual art with a fanatical look in his eyes. He had already forgotten where he was. He continuously forced himself to remember what he saw in front of him and cross-checked with the Shun methodology in his mind. Just as he was looking at it without blinking and understanding what it meant, the Golden Speaker suddenly let out a miserable cry. Its fat and bloated body shot out a brilliant light. "How are you?" Huang Fubai was greatly shocked and hurriedly asked. The Golden Speaker was completely different from the host soul of the other soul-devouring gongs. Even he could only communicate through divine thoughts and could not sense the other party's situation. Similarly, if the Golden Speaker was heavily injured, it would not reflect on him. To put it bluntly, they were 2 completely independent individuals. The light that shot out from Gold Whisperer's body kept changing colors, and a vast power surged out. His body kept breaking apart. "Soul refining!" Huang Fuqi cried out. "Hurry! Hurry up and kill him!" Gold Whisperer's face was filled with pain as he screamed, "He's refining me, breaking down my body." The shadow of a huge cauldron slowly emerged from the light and covered the Golden Speaker. The cauldron was engraved with rivers, mountains, rivers, insects, fish, birds, and beasts, all of which were very vivid. "A saint weapon?" Huang Fubai exclaimed again. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wanted to hit the flag with it, but found it difficult to move it. The Tusita heavenly peak that he had taken earlier had now become a burden. In his shock, he could no longer care about anything else. He put his hands together in front of his body and poured all his essence force into his palms, releasing a terrifying power. "Go to hell!" Huang Fubai struck out with his palms, shattering the entire space and shaking the ancient characters. Boom! His 2 palms directly slammed into the Golden Speaker's body, penetrating it. Bang! An explosion occurred, and a ray of light flew out from the Golden Speaker's body. The colorful light that filled the sky instantly disappeared. The beam of light flew thousands of feet away before it turned into Yunxiao's true body, holding the cauldron of mountain and river in his hand. Demons and ghosts, do I taste good? He patted the body of the cauldron again. With a wung sound, the cauldron of mountain and river flew out. Once again, it emitted a myriad of colors and lit up the entire heaven and earth. At the same time, the Maha-ancient characters that filled the sky appeared and formed a complete divine art. Under the interaction of the two forces, Gold Whisperer's body kept crumbling and wailing. In the distance, Xianxia and the 8 people were completely stunned. They thought that the outcome of the battle would be decided in a few breaths, but not only did they fall into a bitter battle, but it seemed that Huang Fubai was also at a disadvantage. "Stop it!" Huang Fubai roared furiously. He charged down and slammed the cauldron of mountain and river. The golden speaker was the golden soul passed down by the Soul Devourer sect for generations. If it were to be refined and disintegrated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! The cauldron of mountain and river lost all its light and flew back after being hit. Yunxiao grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "I didn't think that this divine art would have such an effect. What's more, I didn't think that the evil cultivation technique of your Soul Devourer sect would actually come from this divine art." After the cauldron of mountain and river flew away, the great expansion divine technique was still flashing in the sky. The golden speaker was refined by the Shin methodology, and his body kept dissipating. Shocked and bewildered, Huang Fubai did not know what to do. Just as he was about to kill Yunxiao with all his strength, a loud bang suddenly rang out, causing his heart to twitch violently and his face to turn pale. The Golden Whisperer finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. A dark and terrifying aura spread out, and the world instantly became hell with countless wandering ghosts. The Pangu flag seemed to have sensed something and unfurled with a whoosh. The flag fluttered, and the golden image of a speaker was engraved on it, but it was dull. The restriction on the Tusada heavenly peak was instantly removed and it flew out of the house. The soul world. Yunxiao was taken aback. The soul world. Huang Fubai's face turned completely green, and his body trembled with anger. "Even if I don't kill Xianxia today, I will definitely kill you." He performed an incantation gesture, and the Pangu banner suddenly flew down from the sky toward Yunxiao. The wandering ghosts and evil spirits in the sky wailed and followed the Pangu flag, falling to the ground. Yunxiao's body bloomed with a golden light as he transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma form. With golden balls in his hands, he threw them out. A golden light appeared in front of him and turned into a solid barrier. Boom! The Pangu flag struck the barrier, causing it to shake. Yunxiao's body trembled as he performed an incantation gesture with his 6 arms. A dark shadow emerged behind him, and the true devil suddenly stood up and threw a punch at the Pangu flag, causing a large amount of demonic energy to roll. Huang Fubai's face was gloomy and cold as he pointed with his hand seal. Bang! The Pangu flag spun in the air and shattered the true fiend Dharma idol's fist. The Dharma idol let out an indignant roar and exploded one after another. Then, another strike came down. Boom! Yunxiao's golden barrier was broken in an instant, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Huang Fubai approached Yunxiao with a step of 1,000 feet, reached out a big hand, and said in a cold voice, "Quickly teach me the great expansion divine technique." "You want the Shin methodology? Then I'll give it all to you." Yunxiao's face turned ferocious, and meridians burst out around his eyes, making them look extremely terrifying. Moon pupil. Huang Fubai's heart skipped a beat. His body was frozen in the air and a sense of fear emerged in his heart. However, the surrounding scene instantly changed. It was completely blank, and only a jade wall was left between heaven and earth. The great expansion divine technique was imprinted on it. Huang Fubai stared at the jade wall vigilantly, spreading out his divine sense. Suddenly, Yunxiao's figure appeared on the jade wall, and he sat cross-legged on it. "Although the great expansion divine technique is mine, I haven't fully comprehended it. If Lord Huang Fubai is willing, why don't you come and comprehend it together?" Huang Fubai's face turned gloomy and he said coldly, "You're that kind? Just give me the Shun methodology. I will comprehend it on my own. Yunxiao smiled. My lord, you must be joking. How can I teach you a quarter of the Maha Ancient God technique? This ancient God inscribed board is created by my eye technique, and it can barely make the deity tier cultivation technique scriptures undying. This is the only method I can teach you, unless you search my soul. But can you do that? Even if you do, can your consciousness withstand the great expansion divine technique from my soul? There was a moment of silence. Huang Fubai felt that it was reasonable and seemed to have been persuaded. Besides, the gold speaker had been scattered and had to be recondensed with the great soul derivation skill, which Huang Fubai himself was not very confident about. This is your only chance, Yunxiao said. If you lose it, you'll never see this divine art again in your life. Huang Fubai's heart jolted, and he hurriedly focused his attention on the ancient god inscribed wall. The soul devourer sex cultivation techniques were all derived from this divine art. If they could obtain the complete page, it was extremely possible for them to take the crucial step and directly enter the god realm. Yunxiao chuckled when he saw him begin to meditate. Then he sat cross-legged on the wall, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. After an unknown period of time, a whole divine incantation appeared behind Yunxiao again, changing continuously. At the same time, the ancient word Maha on the ancient god word wall also changed. Huang Fubai's eyes were tightly shut as well. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, while large beads of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead and kept dripping down his cheeks. The ancient Maha characters behind Yunxiao began to fade away one by one. With each character that was destroyed, the same character would appear between his eyebrows and disappear into his mind. Every word that flashed through his mind was like a flash of inspiration. His entire soul felt as if it was immersed in the warm sunlight, and it was unspeakably comfortable. Yunxiao could clearly feel that his soul power was constantly improving, as if he had been reborn. This was the space created by his moon pupil illusionary technique, and it consumed a lot of soul power. His power was gradually depleting, and now that he was suddenly being nourished by the rivers, his soul was filled with joy. As the last Maha ancient character flew into the space between his eyebrows, he felt an indescribable comfort. His body unconsciously stretched, and his bones cracked. Ah! All of a sudden, Huang Fubai let out a blood-curdling scream and spurted out a mouthful of blood, splattering it on the ancient god inscribed board. The jade board was instantly stained and dissipated into nothingness. Huang Fubai's entire body trembled as he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His face was filled with ferocity. Gu Feiyang, you're so cruel. You actually used a fake great expansion divine technique to deceive me. When Yunxiao saw black lines slowly gathering between his eyebrows and his face turning ugly, he knew that he was about to suffer from qi deviation. Frowning, he said, I'm not lying to you. You've already gone mad. If you don't want to die, quickly calm your mind and adjust your true yuan. Ha ha ha. Qi deviation. Adjusting your true essence. Huang Fubai laughed wildly. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and he said coldly, You want to take this opportunity to kill me, right? Even if there's a slight mistake, I can easily suppress it with my divine transcendence cultivation. You, on the other hand, will die first. He flew up, grabbed the Pango banner, and threw it over. Boom! Yunxiao's body exploded into countless pieces. Humph, trying to trick me with an illusion? Too childish. Huang Fubai spread out the Pango banner, and the soul world suddenly opened up, spreading in all directions like a plane, constantly breaking the space. Suddenly, a huge eye appeared in the void. It shone with 7 colors and looked down. It was pitch black around the pupil, like a black river surrounding the eye, with golden symbols floating up and down. Boom! As soon as the eye sorcery was used, the places where it was condensed began to dissipate. Huang Fubai's soul world suddenly stagnated and could no longer expand. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He felt as if there was an endless power in his soul that was constantly being supplied to him. Huang Fuqi immediately went crazy. His face twisted even more and was completely deformed. Without the golden speaker, the Panga banner was not as powerful as before, and at the moment, the soul world was suppressed by Yunxiao's eye sorcery. It went crazy immediately, screaming and dancing in anger, looking more and more terrifying. Yunxiao looked at him coldly. He did not need to do anything. As long as he allowed Huangfu Bai to continue his cultivation deviation, he would be finished. He sighed in his heart. The sect master of a generation, a peerless expert who struck fear in people's hearts, was actually going to fall like this.